is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Noble Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. Today's episode, we had live streaming to celebrate the World Humanitarian Day. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma, welcoming you all to 202nd episode at Healing Our Earth. At today's episode, we will be sharing with you impactful stories and exciting experiences from our experts. Before that, let's commence this episode with a short prayer. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation as per your choice. Let's close our eyes and chant Om. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti. Welcome back with the three notes of peace that we all are asking for. Today's day is also celebrated, and this episode is dedicated to all those people who have been serving and have served their lives for the service of humanity. Humanity in itself is a very big word. And so we, the people on this earth, make a big difference to count how a human being is and what, in terms of humanity, a human life should be. And in words to that, there's so many aspects that we are going to share with you all today. And for that, I'd like to invite our first guest, Sarit Gafan from UK. A very good afternoon, Sarit. Global namaste to you.
Very good afternoon to you, Dr. Amrita, and also global namaste to you and to everyone who's watching. So lovely to be here.
Thank you. Before we start with you, I would love to read your bio sketch. Sarit is a museum of happiness, qualified trainer and mental health first aider with 15 years of experience of learning her way out of depression and into mental wealth. After a mental health breakthrough, she began practicing gratitude and self-kindness. And today she'll be sharing with us, bringing humanity to your work. which is so, so beautiful and also very important. So over to you, Sarif, and please share with us your practices of gratitude and kindness, which accomplishes, I think, one of the very big corners of humanity and are so important in terms of humanity. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It really is a privilege to be here and to be able to share some of the things that I've learned. Actually feeling quite emotional already at the idea of being able to share these things. The first thing I'd like to say is that when we talk about humanitarian work and we talk about bringing humanity into our work, what do we mean? And really just for me, what it just means is bringing love into our work. I know that makes some people uncomfortable. And the reason I feel it makes some people uncomfortable is because this world can be very much a mind-orientated world. And I feel that there's now a transition happening on Earth where the heart is coming more to the forefront. And as a result, more love is being cultivated. But what this all kind of comes from is this beautiful saying by Gandhi that service is not possible unless it is rooted in love. And my friend, actually, Vicky Johnson, she's the founder of the Museum of Happiness. She gave me this, and it's been a focus for me in everything I do now. Even to the point where I pray. In fact, when we were doing our prayer, this is what I was praying for, that I can be a channel for love in everything I do, my thoughts, my words, and my actions. So that's the deepest core of what I wanted to share today. But I'd also like to share some of the experiences that I've had in the humanitarian work that I've been doing. Most specifically, actually with one individual. Obviously I'm not going to name them, but I had the privilege of working with this person for about a year as an advocate, but that was a paid role, and it was through the NHS. And on that journey with him, I discovered that there is a great need for love and compassion mutually in the care services. I mean, it's needed everywhere, but I'm talking specifically right now about the care services and about mental health care services specifically. The experiences that this person, who's now a friend of mine, and so the humanitarian work that I'm doing with him is I'm now working with him on a voluntary basis, because when I left him, I realized that nothing is changing for him. He's living an unbearable life, and nothing is changing for him. And the reason nothing's changing for him is because due to what happened to him in his life over 40 years ago, he has become a very difficult person to work with. He has become somebody who cannot control his behavior. His behavior is extremely difficult to deal with. And so anybody who works with him, automatically their defenses go up. Quite naturally, they get into their stress responses activated. And so what happens is this person is not being served, because the people that are trying to serve him, they're not taking care of themselves. And also the system they're working within does not allow them to take proper care of themselves. So they cannot offer their best service. And this, I'm sure, is not just happening to this one person. I'm sure many people with complex difficulties, mental and physical difficulties, are behaving out of their pain because they don't know what else to do and they don't have control over their behavior. And people are not able to respond with love. They're not able to see beyond this behavior and feel the pain of the person and go, oh my goodness, this must be awful for you. I will do my very best to help you. And this is a real tragedy and a travesty. This is something that I am taking upon myself to start to heal and resolve through a project I'm working on called Compassion 360, which is, I've only just started it, and part of the principles I'm working on have really come from working specifically with this person. So I would just like to, they know who they are. I would like to send my greatest gratitude to this person, because without my work with them and without their openness, I would not have been able to receive from the universe that this is what needs to change in the world and it's part of my purpose. So thank you to this person, and thank you also for all the experiences I've had, even the extremely challenging ones. Because without them, it would not have forced me to look inside myself and say, why am I here? I'm obviously experiencing these things for a reason, and it isn't to hurt me, it's to help me heal the earth. And so one of the experiences I can share is that when I was working with this person, they often had to go to A&E for mental health. And what happened was, because they were so distraught and so distressed, their behavior would be difficult for the mental health team to work with, and they would be treated as hostile. And this is the last person that somebody in mental distress and emotional distress needs, is to be treated as hostile. And on one occasion, I went to collect this person from A&E, and I witnessed myself, and I could feel the people who were there, who were supposed to care for him, they were not acting out of love. They were not able to act out of love. They were not able to bring humanity there because they weren't feeling it for themselves. They were exhausted. I mean, I'm empathic, so I could feel this. They were coming from a place of exhaustion and jadedness and lack of faith in the system that is not supporting them to offer their best service. And as a result, this person was treated as hostile, and I was there to witness it, and I tried to advocate for him, and it just didn't get us anywhere. So if there is anyone here listening from the healthcare services or GPs or on the front lines working with people who are in distress and vulnerable people, please, please take excellent care of yourselves. Please stand up for your self-care. Please learn this self-care technique I'm going to share with you in a minute, because the better you take care of yourself, the better you can serve someone else and bring your whole humanity to your service. And that is going to heal the world from the inside out. And if there are any managers here who have the power to support their staff to best serve humanity and offer their best service, please, please take care of yourself, and please empower your staff to take best care of themselves, because we know that the best service comes from our hearts. Yes, we need our head. Yes, we need our intelligence. That will inform the methods and the practices that we offer, but our heart needs to work in harmony with our head. I'm just going to pause there in case Dr. Amrita would like to share anything or say anything before I share my practice.
No, please continue. And it's really lovely and a very beautiful thing that you're talking about, and how important is self-care in the journey of life. And I, being a physician as well as a mental health consultant, really realize this. And I think a lot of people who are listening now would definitely want to know This is so important. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this practice I'm going to share, it's a short self-care practice, and it's something that I developed in 2020, in March 2020, when I was encountering some kind of mysterious illness, virus of some kind. And what happened was, the pandemic was just, just starting to break out, and I got COVID. And what I noticed was, instead of trying to heal myself, which I already know how to do, I had this inner critic that was beating myself up inside, going, how can you be ill at a time when everyone needs you? Everyone needs your service and your healing. And that in itself made the virus worse. I'm sure many of you know that when your stress response is activated, it inhibits your body's ability to heal itself. And so that's what happened to me. That's why I had COVID for about 10 days. I think I probably could have healed it much quicker if I wasn't in that space of self-judgment and self-criticism. And the universe gave me this practice to help me at any time to check in with myself. So I've called it the self-care check-in. Okay, and I invite you to join in with this if you like. The recording will be available later anyway, so if you prefer to just observe and just try to understand it, then that's great too. So I invite you to get comfortable, whatever that looks like for you. Maybe it's sitting down, maybe it's lying down, and maybe it's even gently pacing or swaying. Whatever is best for you, that's the right way to do this practice. And if it feels good to place a hand on your heart or in your lap, just some way that you're connecting with your body to bring yourself into the present moment. And then, because our beautiful human minds might be quite active and still processing what I've been saying, let's just take a few breaths at whatever level feels good for us. And let's just slow down. And then just on your next in-breath, I invite you to feel the breath traveling into your body. Just feel it on the inside of your body. And so the invitation now is you're going to ask yourself how you're feeling physically. And you can do that on a scale of 0 to 10. And you can use a percentage if you like, or a color, or just any kind of feelings that come up about your physical being, whatever feels right for you. And the way that we do that is to do a body scan from the top of your hair all the way slowly down to the tips of your toenails. And as you're doing that slowly and gently, I invite you to bring in the energy of kindness, because what can sometimes happen when we're checking in with ourselves is to judge ourselves. It may sound a bit absurd to judge ourselves for feeling bad, but I noticed that when I was suffering from depression and when I was suffering from COVID, I was judging myself. How could I get ill? Or how could I be feeling this? How can I be struggling to breathe? So just inviting you to invite in the energy of kindness. And if you're using a scale of 0 to 10, or percentages, or any kind of numerical scale, whenever you encounter unpleasant sensation or tightness, tension, or fatigue, or even hunger, whatever doesn't necessarily feel good in your body, perhaps you could take off a point or some kind of percentage or half a point, depending on how intense that feeling is. And that will give you, when you get to the end, an idea of how you're feeling physically. So I'll leave you in silence for another minute or so to gather your data. And the important thing is, when you notice that something doesn't feel right or comfortable, if there is anything you can do right now in this moment to move yourself up the scale by 1 or improve your percentage by a few percent, to do that and to take that action right now. So say, for example, you were finding that you weren't comfortable in the chair that you're sitting. Maybe grab yourself a cushion, or maybe have a stretch. That's what I'm doing. I've got a little bit of tension in my back. And to just remember that this is going to help you be your very best. There's absolutely nothing wrong with taking care of yourself. Quite the opposite. The more you take care of yourself, the better you feel. And the better you feel, the better your service. So maybe by now you have an idea in your mind of how you're feeling physically. And now I'm going to invite you to take it to the next level. And we're going to ask ourselves, how do I feel mentally and emotionally? And again, if you like, you can use a scale of 0 to 10, or percentage, or color. Maybe there's even an animal or a plant that springs to mind that represents how you're feeling. Maybe it's even weather. I know at the Museum of Happiness, we often use your internal weather as a measure for how we're feeling. Okay? And so just inviting you now to ask yourself, how am I feeling mentally and emotionally? It might also be that just feelings come up, and that's also fine. Feelings and adjectives. And once again, just inviting the presence of kindness so that we don't judge how we're feeling. It might be that you notice that there are situations on your mind. Maybe there's one, or maybe you've got a hell of a lot going on, and maybe there are 2 or 3, or maybe even more situations on your mind. And so maybe that could be a way that you measure how you're feeling. Maybe for every situation that's weighing on your mind, you could take 1 point off or 10% off. And let's just see if you can measure how you're feeling with kindness, emotionally and mentally. And whenever you feel ready, I'm just inviting you now to start to bring your awareness back into your physical body. And maybe just press your hands together and wiggle your toes. Feel your body in in the seat or connected with the floor. And whenever you feel ready, just opening your eyes. And I wonder if I could ask Amrita if you were able to join in with that, if you feel like sharing anything about the process.
Sure. First of all, I would say this is one of the very wonderful techniques of self-awareness. And it's a very important technique, I would say, because I personally recommend people to do this. I think with this, we create space in our lives, okay? And with the space, we give an idea to ourselves that, yes, I being a human being, I'm a soul, and the journey of that in humanity, which is an empowered soul, that is full of love, compassion, kindness, and positivity. And those feelings of humanity is so important because that makes you have a self-retrospection about yourself as to your decisions and what you've been doing, and especially as you mentioned, at the stressful life, when your energies fluctuate up and down. And at that point, you really become insightful on that. And I think today's time, we definitely need it to such a big extent. And it also reminds me about Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga that talks about yamas. In the first yama, it talks about the self-care. And in that, self-care is so important when it talks about short. And then it talks about short means cleanliness. So it's a physical cleanliness, it's a mental purification, and it's spiritual cleanliness. And when you have all these three cleanliness together, you imbibe in yourself those spirits of humanity that give you an insight to work in the situation where you can find answers, not for your life, but for other people's life as well. And therefore, it is wonderful. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It really means a lot, actually, your endorsement. Thank you. I hope that this technique can help many, many, many people. So
it has helped me. I was running sick for a week, and you don't know how much I have healed with this, giving time space to myself, to be honest.
Oh, yay.
Thank you. A big thank you to you, actually.
Oh, my pleasure. High five with heaven, because heaven guided me. Yeah. So I suppose at the end of this practice, the important thing that is the kind action that you take to support yourself. So we did it with the physical. Is there anything I can do to move myself up the scale 1 point at a time? Same thing applies to the mental and emotional side. And there's a school of thought around mindful self-compassion, and they ask, what is the kindest thing I can do for myself? So if let's say you are feeling 2 or 3 out of 10 mentally and emotionally, goodness me, we should not be expecting ourselves to be going into work like that or to be taking care of someone else. So we would need to start with that point, is how can I move myself up the scale by 1 at a time? What is the kindest, most compassionate thing I can do for myself? And with practice, you will get better at this. And obviously, it's a great idea to, when you're feeling good, is to make a list of kind things that you know will make you feel better, so that you've got them for a rainy day, so to speak.
Lovely.
Yeah. So just the last thing I wanted to share was I had the absolute privilege of doing a course called Building Compassion from the Inside Out with Thupten Jinpa, who is, you probably know him, but for anyone who doesn't, he's the main interpreter for the Dalai Lama. And he ran this beautiful course, and I think it's running all the time anyway, but I had the privilege of asking him a question at the end in his Q&A, because when I was thinking about this project, Compassion 360, there are pain points. There are points when, how do we know where the balance is between self-compassion and compassion for the other person? Because that can be a really difficult call to make. So I asked him this question, and his response was, and it's actually, I think he was speaking also from a Buddhist perspective, that rather than separate self-compassion and compassion for others, just think about bringing compassion to the whole situation. I'm getting goosebumps as I say this. And at first I was struggling to understand this, but then I realized, yes, if we think about, actually, no, if we don't think about it, we just feel compassion. And as soon as we feel compassion, it's already in us, so it will be projected to the other person. And I just think that that's a really simple, beautiful, helpful way to bring humanity into our work.
Thank you so much. That is so lovely, in fact. And when you were talking about act of kindness, I was thinking about my boys, and if I ask them, what is the kind that you would like to do for yourself, they would be saying, serving us with our chocolate fudge every day. I think so. Yeah. So yeah, and we have Dr. Naveen Gupta, from the Ayurveda Acharya, from UK as well. Over to you. Your comments, please, about Sarit and her noble talks that she did. Over to you, Dr. Naveen. Thank you.
Global namaste to everyone.
Global namaste.
After Sarit's opening, and I feel the very best of me, and I feel charged. So let me begin my talk with these two words, and thank you very much, Sarit, for this. And I joined this session, and I was listening to you, but when you were doing the meditation, since I was not on the screen, as Amrita had to look all the time at the screen, so she could not meditate, but I could meditate the way you explained, and I did it, and it was perfectly working for me, and it will perfectly work for all the people on the earth and also on the moon. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And the stars as well.
Thank you, Sarit. Thank you so much, Sarit, for joining. And please stay around. We would love to have your comments and your thoughts further as well as we go further in the episode. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
everything.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Namaste.
So I'm here again.
Global namaste.
All the listeners all over the world, and then here you are,
Dr. Naveen. Yes, I would love to read your bio sketch. Dr. Naveen Gupta is an Ayurvedic doctor from London. Dr. Gupta has been practicing and teaching auspicious and authentic Ayurveda medicine for 4 decades in Europe, Switzerland, and UK. Many of the times his teachings borrow inspiration from the Chanakya's quotes, which have various elements about body, mind, soul, happiness, harmony, loyalty, friendship, ethics, and honesty that have a great impact on his education on human health. Today, Dr. Gupta shall be talking about human welfare, human values, and human ethics through the lens of 3 simple principles: truth, love, and simplicity. That's wonderful. And I would love to hear these 3 points, how you put them into the human ethics, because these 3 pointers are so important as well, apart from Sarit's things, to talk about how can we groom our humanity. So let's hear you. Over to you. Thank you so much.
So I will speak at various platforms all over Europe, but the point is that I'm speaking 99% of time only about Ayurveda, and then I don't prepare myself, I just have few highlights. But today I will be very, I will open my remarks that I printed some papers and I will be reading from this. So I will not be as an extempore speaker, which I'm known to amongst my listeners and all this. So let me begin with this on the World Humanitarian Day. It's I read it, and many of things are done by me. And of course, today you have to take the help of Google, and I have taken it. So then I'm reading it for you now. And so maybe my eyes are not focused on the listeners and the viewers, which is not normal to me, because I speak at various platforms in the world, face to face, of course, pre-COVID. And now I come to my topic today. On World Humanitarian Day, led by the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, I proudly join you, all so beautiful people, here at the Healing Our Earth talk. We, the humanitarians, are often the only line of protection for care, dignity, and hope to bring smile to many people's access to basic necessities, including health care, in these people facing an increasing number of convergent threats. So my dear friends, colleagues, and one and all at Healing Our Earth, and all beautiful people viewing and listening at various platforms, I'd just like to begin with the healthy quotes of one and only the greatest Chanakya. The quotes I specifically collected from Chanakya's Arthashastra. And for the audience who will not be understanding the Hindi words, or I will be explaining them a bit further. So Chanakya's Arthashastra is the statecraft about ethics, political science, and economics. And these are a bit edited by me. It's not just the quote I'm referring to, edited by me because of my profession, my qualification, and my expertise in the Ayurveda medicine. So I did it a little bit twisted to that. But with respect to Chanakya, I didn't change the originality. So, and why I did it? Because I'm a humble practitioner of Bhakti Ayurveda and doctor of Ayurveda medicine for 4 decades in India, Europe, Switzerland, and now in the UK for the few years. So, my talk today is at our Healing Our Earth platform. I'll ask all at Healing Our platform to fasten the belt for another platform, Healing Our Moon. So we will be having 2 platforms parallelly running. So Healing Our Earth and Healing Our Moon. Because you know that soon we are going to come to the moon. And but with regret, I would like to inform all of you that the Russian moon plan has crashed. It has crashed now. So unfortunately, it is very unfortunate for all of us that the Russians mission has crashed today. And it was already yesterday, we were getting a feeling that it will be crashed. So now today is crashed. But since I'm talking about the moon, let us pray that our India's moon mission gets successful. So then I will ask our team, especially Neil, or especially Nishit Kotak and Amrita, you and all, that let us prepare ourselves for Healing Our Moon platform. Anyway, because you know yourself that when we make a colony, and then we make a colony at the moon, you know that people will get diseased. So then we have to treat the people there, because colonization and diseases, they come together. And in fact, we know together, Amrita, you and me, and many at this platform know that before any knowledge came from the Lord, the Ayurveda was created because Lord knew that any human species on the entire earth, in fact, 8.4 million species, which the God and Goddess created, the human being the highest one in the evolution, and in the human being the highest one in the evolution, woman is the highest one, because woman has the power to create. And the only thing is that I make a little bit comfortable to me is to say, because I'm a man, she needs he to create. She can create, but she needs he. So basically it is created by the God and goddess both. Now the quotation comes here. The supreme goal of a nation is to build prosperity with its people in perfect health. The prerequisite to build prosperity for the kingdom, a disease-free society, living with peace and harmony by having perfect health. And I just changed it from the nation to the kingdom because I live in UK now, so United Kingdom. So, but Chanakya said about the nation. The second one, there is no austerity equal to a balanced mind, and there is no happiness equal to contentment. There is no disease like covetousness, and no virtue like mercy. As we say, forgiveness is the supreme virtue given with perfect faith. You know, Amrita and all, Amrita is the host today, but that's why I'm putting your name again and again. The spiritual ethics in business, I heard for the first time in European Parliament in Brussels, when there was it was a global platform for that. And the moment I heard that, the moment I said to myself, why these people who are having such a high standards of gurus from India and the entire world, why they are choosing this topic as spiritual ethics in business? Why, in my case, I will put it spiritual ethics in profession. So for me, Ayurveda is not a business. Anyway, I did that, and I had given a talk there also, and but I come to my point here. The spiritual ethics in business and profession, and human outreach in particular, is about assimilating to true human values, adapting to humane ethics for the mankind, and the ultimate objective for human welfare. And further, Chanakya says, there are many precious and semi-precious gems on our planet Earth. Here I refer 3 gems upon this earth: food, water, and pleasing worlds. And please do not consider pieces of rocks as gems. Chanakya refers that earth, food, water, and pleasing worlds are the gems on the earth. So the influence of Vedic and Upanishad teachings was very much widespread in India and brought to the West for many, many years. We do see people swear by the humanitarian values, and many teach and preach those texts. And I call it Shastra, because we call it Shastra because Shastriya name iti Shastra. Because the one who knows how to do shasan means one who knows how to do rule. That's what Chanakya told us. And so I call it Shastra, and a lot of people live by this. A charity is an overriding and overarching principle. It's often preached as a motto of life. If charity is a hallmark, philanthropy is one's karma. Humanitarian is an active belief in the values of human life, whereby human beings, here I say the conscious beings. I'm impressed by the Sacharit, so to carry her message forward, so I will not say human beings, I'll say conscious beings. We practice benevolent treatment and provide assistance to other humans to reduce suffering and improve the conditions of humanity for moral, altruistic, and emotional reasons. A man's or a woman's personality is reflected by her choice of friends. This is what Rishi Sunak told few days back in Cambridge. So Prime Minister Rishi Sunak mentioned at the University of Cambridge on India's Independence Day about seva, selfless service, also about celebrating Diwali, which of course Healing Our Earth also does celebrates Diwali. Last time it was at this scale, and first time it was many years ago, as I was told by the Healing Our Earth people in this country. So Rishi Sunak told that selfless service and about celebrating Diwali, the Festival of Lights at 10 Downing Street. I'm so happy to be a resident of England. So because I can do seva, I can have celebrations both here. Seva and celebrations are integral to each other. For me, it's the best example of complementarities, because yes, we do seva and we celebrate together. The humanitarian outreach is a continuous mission, is to serve and celebrate together in a more humane, ethical, and respectful of beneficiaries' privacy. And this is so important, that whom we are helping. In India, we used to say, please allow me to speak in Hindi. So I'm not able to change the word in English now, but I will do that. So हमने दान दिया और दान देने के बाद हम भूल गए. So Amrita, so you are also Indian and Hindi speaking. Can you please help me to translate these three, the sentence which I did? Thank you very much for doing that for me, please. दान देने के बाद हम भूल गए हमने कब, कहां और किसको दान दिया. इसको इंग्लिश में कह दो जरा. मेरी इंग्लिश थोड़ी कम है जरा.
I think what you're talking is that you serve, but you don't count your services.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
You know, Amrita, my English has been, twisted, because I've been speaking English in non-English speaking Western countries. So their perspective of English is different than the English. So I have to recall many things. Thank you very much for that. So then this humanitarian outreach is a continuous mission. It's not that you do it today and you don't do it tomorrow. It's a continuous mission to serve and celebrate together in a more humane, ethical, and respectful. So then I thought about, let me introduce meta-ethics here, because we all the time talk about metaphysics. Everything we talk about so meta all the time. So meta-ethics examines the theoretical foundations of the ethics, such as the idea of driving prescriptive implications from a notion of humanity in humanitarianism. Next thing is, I will do a poetic expression about lighting lamps. There's a beautiful song on YouTube. I will say this for the people, then they can watch it at any platform. I'm not here to talk about the YouTube, but you can look at the platform in your private setting, at your own setting and in your comfort. It is ज्योत से ज्योत जगाते चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते चलो. It says, राह में आए जो दीन दुखी, सबको गले से लगाते चलो. For non-English knowing people here in this, for non-Hindi knowing people on this platform, I will tell that, I will a little bit try to translate it. As you go along, light another's lamp with your own, let the river of love flow as you go. If you meet any being fragile or with sorrow along your way, embrace him or her as you go. Where you go, flow of the river as you go. As you light your lamp, embrace the nature of lamp is nature of the fire, nature of its fire that does not diminish when shared with others. The idea is, I have a lamp in my hand, and if I keep on walking with my lamp, it will diminish one day. or after 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever it is. I can buy a candle of 24 hours also. Then it is also have a limit of time. And we have to go timeless. And then if I share it with others, so other people will be able to light the lamp there in their hand and they will carry forward. So this is how the message is. The light of lamp should carry forward so that it reaches to the last person on the queue who needs our benefit. This is our Prime Minister Modi says all the time. I'm very impressed with him when he says that all the resources have no meaning when the last person in the queue does not get the same. So that's the beautiful point he said that. And I could not translate it properly because he says, Antim paedan pe baithne wala, at the last person on the queue who needs us. So, and with this, I will say humanitarian outreach should blend theory with practice, allowing us to understand some overarching principles as well as offering us practical tools to 3 simple principles of life: truth, love, and simplicity. Occasionally, the theological issue itself needs to be redefined by the overriding 3 simple principles of life: truth, love, and simplicity. Ladies and gentlemen, listening is the most valuable part of communication. The art of sacred listening is a sacred exchange of energy between the speaker and a listener. So now I ask Dr. Naveen Gupta to just take 180-degree turn and be gentle listener to the next speaker. Thank you, Amrita.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naveen Gupta. This was a very interesting, and I wasn't knowing you were such a good singer as well, and you sing so well also. And the lights that you have kindled around for sharing with us the philosophy, right from Chanakya, moving on to the edge of what Modi ji has been talking, has taken us to the 21st century, right from the Vedic period. And in that, the insight of humanity and how the concept of philosophy of humanity, where it comes from, where it is grounded from. So you basically threw a very good insight on that, which definitely gives us a very proud moment to talk about that. This is not today's point. It's a point which is ingrained in all of us, all over the world, from ages and ages. And we have been recognizing this quality of life that we all are gifted with as humans, and how powerful this gift is. And as you said that, yes, kindling up from one light to another light, from one person to another person, and especially from one heart to another heart. So heart to heart touching the soul is so important. And as Sarat also had been mentioning about this, that the conscious being to talk about with kindness, and the conscious being to ingrain the qualities of love and compassion, isn't it, Sarat? So how have you been finding Dr. Naveen's talk on that, and his point of view, where he has combined your thoughts as well and has put forward such a beautiful concept of humanity in today's time? Over to you, Sarat.
Yeah, and I particularly felt that incorporating all conscious beings, for me, that was the actual key thing, because we forget that we all have a soul. Everything here has a soul, and it's just really we're the ones. I mean, if we're talking also about our animal friends, we're the ones here who have the power to serve our animals. They can't take care of themselves. We have to take care of them. They take care of us. Yeah, so I mean, I know it's just a small point, but that was the thing that really stuck out for me, is to incorporate all conscious beings. But also, I suppose conscious beings includes the whole universe, really, doesn't it? Because the universe is one conscious being made up of all of our souls and everything. So we have to take care of that too.
True, true, true.
That is
And
a very beautiful thing. And that about animals also, we have to take care of them. And Sharit, I will a little bit add here something that in fact, I will say to you, perhaps I suppose you are Hindi speaking or not, I don't know, but I will try to say it. My grandma used to say that we say that we are raising the animals like Goshala, Gopalan. Gopalan means that we are raising, we are feeding them. In fact, my grandma says to me, and that never say this to me, because Gopalan, cow is not the one which we are raising or feeding or taking care of. In fact, she's the one who takes care of us. So it is a complete 180-degree turn. And to Amrita, I will say before 4 minutes we still have, when are you making any other course for teaching the skills what you have, the way you interpreted my talk? So please send me the form, a recruitment form, and I'll sign it, because I really want to learn from you how to have that much specific for, and you will do that for everyone, you know that. And that is why I'm signing that course with you, so that I learn some skills. I learned some skills from one of the lady, Niti Ravindran. She was a Delhi Doordarshan. She was one of the first English on Delhi Doordarshan, and she was my patient and very good friend. And also I learned very good skills from her, but your skills are matchless.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So
I
please send me
wasn't knowing about it.
the recruitment reply form so that I sign it and I become your student.
Oh, thank you, sir. It will be an honor. I would, rather than making a student, I'd love to know a few things from you, Dr. Naveen, actually. And in fact, adding on to that, Sarit and Dr. Naveen, the act of kindness that we can learn from nature, it reminded me, because I come from Dharamshala and the nature is very close to me, and from the very childhood, the most beautiful thing I saw is that whenever, so we've got a lot of monkeys around us, okay? Whenever a baby monkey dies, the mother never leaves the baby monkey for at least 20-30 days till his body is completely putrefied. It carries it along wherever it goes, whether it is fermented even, and that's what the love an animal has, a mother has. And we come to know the baby is dead, but still the mother is holding it, and she will be carrying it all the way till the time it's completely putrefied, sorry. And that shows the love and compassion, you know. Or you must have seen an injured animal or a calf being injured. The cow will come to just give her the love, you know. And all these things are the gifts that we see from nature, and the qualities that we have been talking about with ourselves that are grained with us as a human being. It doesn't come just to us, but it's in every soul which is existing. But the expression, I think, is very different. And that expression of kindness can be in the blooming flowers as well. It can be in the rising sun as well, or in the Chandrama, like Dr. Naveen told about the moon and the calmness the moonlight gives to us, actually. So that is why it has ingrained all these specific things, and so many writers have taken the qualities of nature to ingrain and compare the qualities with ourselves. And that is what is so beautiful into it. So we also have Colonel Navneet Mittal with us, who is our special guest today. He is from India, but right now he is at Kuwait. So before we move to his talk, we would like to know his opinion as well. What does he think about what all we have been discussing? Global namaste to you, Colonel Navneet, and please share your views. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. And first of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine. As really speaking, with Naveen ji ke baad, Navneet is coming, so almost it is sounding similar. But I'm not too sure if my talk will be similar to his, because his talk has really charged us up. The way he speaks, the way he really expresses, Dr. Saab, I'm getting goosebumps. Okay, and you have really charged up the atmosphere. And two, three words which you spoke was seva and celebration. What a wonderful thing. What a wonderful line. In fact, I am also going to be touching upon this aspect, which I was thinking this morning. So it's a beautiful thing. And then Jyot se Jyot, that is the string of lamps all together, join hands and thousands hands will come up together. So I think what a wonderful way you have spoken, and you have given out the humanity and humanitarian work, which every one of us has that humanitarian streak in us. All of us want to do some seva or the other whenever one gets the opportunity. And I think what you have spoken is wonderful. Excellent. Thank you very much, Naveen ji.
Thank you, Navneet ji. In fact, this is a very beautiful thought about seva and celebration. And I was thinking, at Healing Our Earth, this is what we do. So I would like to congratulate each contributor, every individual, our founder and director, and every single person who has contributed and has been contributing for the selfless services and celebration, because Healing Our Earth is for the people, of the people, and by the people. And that's what makes it kindle every heart when we join the lights for the people, through the people, and to the people, actually. So that makes it really complete in itself. And these beautiful thoughts are really amazing. So thank you very much, Dr. Naveen, to join us. And we look forward, please stay around. And we move over to Colonel Navneet Mittal from Kuwait, who is our special guest. And I know your talk is going to be very specific, and I'm looking forward to it. Before your talk begins, I would like to have your brief introduction to our audience. Colonel Navneet Mittal, an alumnus from National Defense Academy. He has his BTech as well as MMS and MSc, and 35 years of combat corporate and NGO experience at national and international level. A passionate team builder who has been instrumental in raising a number of successful enterprises and NGOs, and is presently the director of Horizon Group, and UN accredited organization functioning globally in the areas of post-conflict environment management and landmine clearance. An ardent sportsperson, he was a part of Indian team for the World Water Rafting Championship at USA in 1990. A prolific writer, he has a number of professional papers to his credit, which is really incredible apart from that. And he has traveled extensively and has represented his company at United Nations, government and corporate forums. So welcome to Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for coming and joining in. And yes, your topic has to be very core, because you have been working as a chief humanitarian officer as well, which is a very sensitive post, I would say, and very challenging as well. So post-conflict management itself is very challenging, to keep yourself on mental health level to harness your mental level, to harness the team's mental level, and to also resolve the post-conflict issues. So over to you for your talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita ji. Thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction, and so kind of you. So first of all, aap sabhi ko, to everybody, global namaste, namaskar, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning to ladies and gentlemen, depending on which part of the Mother Earth you are at this moment. Let me say at the outset, may I wish you all on this momentous occasion of the celebration of World Humanitarian Day, which falls on 19th of August. And may I also thank the team Healing Our Earth for organizing this event and making us all aware of its significance. Thank you very much. It is also my singular honor, and on behalf of my organization, Horizon, may I extend the greeting and welcome to our friends from around the world. Thank you very much. This morning, when I was thinking of this event and this talk, a thought came to me that while we may not be in a position to prevent humanitarian disaster, which we would like to do that, and these cause untold miseries, what is so impactful is the way the humanity comes together forward to help and applies the healing touch to the suffering. This reaction, or to say the response of the humanity, is what separates a man from the beast. Beast not in the terms of animal. We just spoke that animals are also so loving and so passionate. Beast in terms of the rakshas, which is there between in our heart. This human behavior is so infectious that when one hand rises, thousands join to make the impossible happen. And this is what exactly Naveenji was talking. You light one candle and there will be a chain of them up. Well, at least you should attempt to light one and then see its reaction, how the magic happens. So this is the magic, what the humanitarians people do. This is what brings the beauty and goodness of us as humans. And this calls for a celebration. Coming to the same seva and celebration, which he was mentioning. So let's celebrate the humanity and human pursuit for care and happiness and support. And may this day herald us to bring the best out of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the co-founder and chairman of Horizon Group. And it's an organization for post-conflict environment management, which is joining hands in making its humble contribution towards world peace, disaster management, and landmines clearance. I shall talk about the Horizon a little later, but let us first pay homage to the humanitarian aid workers who on this day sacrificed their life 20 years back in an attack on the at the UN headquarters at Baghdad in Iraq. In fact, just about 10 days back, I was at Baghdad and I was remembering this humanitarian day, and we could see what was happening and what could have been seen about 20 years back. So this day basically marks the campaign to bring together the global humanitarian community and to show the unwavering commitment to deliver for the communities we serve. And as the UN has given out very famous line, I'm sure somebody you would have already spoken, that we serve no matter who, no matter where, and no matter what. In fact, there's a small talk which has been given by Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, who mentioned on this 20th anniversary that the tragedy marks that this tragedy, that 20 years back, that tragedy marked a change in the way the humanitarians operate. After all, the humanitarian aid workers are operating in those areas where there's a huge amount of risk. I'm not talking about the normal disaster, but I'm also talking about the conflict-ridden areas where they have the risk and there are people who could be causing them harm. This is what happened 20 years back. Because today, although humanitarians are respected around the world, they may also be targeted by those who would do them harm. So this year, global humanitarian operations are aiming to get life-saving aid to 250 million people in 69 countries, 10 times more than that at the time of this bombing 20 years back. So in a way, the humanitarian aid, the humanitarian pursuit has taken a move forward. It did not die. Those 20 people did not die in vain. In fact, that heralded a different move towards humanitarian aid in the world. He also said that on this humanitarian day, we salute the courage and dedication of humanitarian aid workers everywhere. So this reaffirming of the support of the global community towards saving life and support to the humanitarian is something which should be saluted and which is very nice and very good from the world community angle, because without a support, without blessing and without really getting encouragement from the world, it is very difficult for any humanitarian aid worker to continue a sustained way. This statement by the UNSG is of great significance because it is this spirit of humanity which drives the humanitarian aid worldwide since any borders. But yes, there are challenges, huge challenges, as I was just scrolling through and finding out from the UN sites that in the last, this year itself, last 1 year itself, there has been 444 aid workers were attacked, 116 were killed, 143 wounded, and 185 kidnapped. So this is the kind of challenges which the human aid workers face. Now, out of these aid workers who died, 96% are national staff and 4% are the international expats, and more than 47% are the national NGOs. The 2023 mid-year, even this year is not even complete, and it is seen that there are almost 362 million people in the world who need humanitarian assistance. Now, this humanitarian assistance is in terms of health, in terms of shelter, in terms of food, and in terms of their well-being. This is a huge number, and I'm sure the medical aid, the mental health, and many things that we are discussing today is going to make a change. And I'm sure with the support of everybody here and worldwide, the things are going to look only bright. Now, this shows that the humanitarians have no other purpose than to save and protect lives and deliver the basic necessities of life. They stand shoulder to shoulder with the communities they serve and bring hope. As we all know, so having learned this, so let's see how these humanitarian emergencies, they come up in the world, because as Amrita said, that I would be speaking slightly more specific to these crises which is developing in the world and where a huge amount of humanitarian support is needed and UN gets in. And so what is a humanitarian emergency? These are a number of events and number of activities which happens, which puts people into a threat, critical threat of health, safety, security, or well-being. And most of these people are those who are in the vulnerable sector, that is children, women, pregnant women, and those who cannot really look after themselves. And most of them are not from the very high strata of society. So poverty is there. And if you notice that whether it is a man-made disaster or it is a natural disaster, the people who really get their support, who really get hit, are people who may not be so well off from the financial angle. So there is a need of, and they are the one who get really badly hit. Hence, this so what we need to do is we have to find ways how to reach out to them, and that is what the United Nations has come up. United Nations is actually leading their role in this thing globally. But besides that, there are many NGOs, there are many international NGOs, and there are many organizations, and there are many individuals who come forward to support each other. Armed conflicts, epidemics, famine, natural disasters, and other major emergencies may all involve or lead to a humanitarian disaster that extends beyond the mandate or capacity of any single agency. Like suppose, so what is needed is at the global level, it has to be a movement. If something happens, the people have to come together. It cannot be done by just one country, sometimes even by multiple countries. So that is why the United Nations is there. They have a number of departments who deal with this, and the various individual bodies, they come together to join hands. Now, coming to, let's say, how these disasters and how these crises, they are handled. As you know, there are two kinds of disasters or crises. One are those which are the natural ones. We all know earthquake, floods, droughts, hurricanes. Even we can take COVID. COVID happened very recently. Whether it is man-made or it happened anyway, but yes, it is also something like a natural disaster. And landslides. So these are those disasters which happen because maybe nature is taking back what we have taken, or it could be a natural phenomena. Now, these disasters have a different response which has to be given. That response has to be in terms of immediate aid. The humanitarian aid workers have to get together, get hold of the aid. The United Nations has to act with their various agencies. They have to work out the plan. They have to ship those aid material, immediately provide a response, and then thereafter, once they are, it's like a first aid. Once the first aid is given, they have to see the sustained way how the improvement can take place in the lives of those people who have been hit by these natural calamities. Now, this is something which where there is no safety. Their humanitarian aid workers are not at risk of their own safety. Okay, so this is one place where, as even as Horizon, we have a number of teams. We also have our SOPs, the standing or operating procedures, so that we can quickly respond to such a eventuality. We have a team, we have SOPs, and immediate response is possible from our side. Same way, the United Nations has made number of clusters all over the world where they have stored huge amount of disaster relief material, which can be moved, shipped, or flown very quickly wherever such problems do take place. This is at the level of global, at the level of humanity, at the level of United Nations. But now coming more closely to those which are man-made, something like the conflicts which have come up because of human beings, because we like to fight. We don't like to, many human beings and most of the people, they like to fight. They like to fight on land. They like to fight on ethnicity. They like to fight on drugs. They like to fight on borders. They like to fight on everything which is possible. Now, these conflicts may be across the border or may even be within a country waged by non-state actors. Now, terrorism is another challenge, and not to talk of drug wars and ethnic conflicts, which we are seeing all over. You'll be astonished to learn that as of now, currently, there are 32 countries who are currently engaged in conflict globally, 32 countries. And the types of conflicts vary widely. We all know Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is the latest one, which is affecting globally somewhere or the other. Now, these conflicts lead to a trail of disruptions. They cause havoc in the lives of innocent population, and mostly children and women are the biggest victims. Large-scale refugees caused by displacement are one of the biggest challenges, who must be rehabilitated till the situation becomes ripe for them to return to their homes. As of now, there are approximately 281 million people living away from their homeland due to varying reasons, including migration due to unsafe living conditions in their homeland. This is 3.6% of the world population. Out of these, 108 million are those who are forcibly displaced, and 35.4 million are refugees. Just understand the trauma people face when they lose all their lives' hard work in just one go. This trauma, this trauma, which could be physical, which has got huge mental and emotional baggage, has to be taken care of. And I see a number of galaxy of people who are in this event today, who have been doing yeoman service towards this end. We at Horizon, but let me come what we are doing as Horizon. We at Horizon have SOPs and systems where we try to make a quick response whenever it is possible. But as I said, that while we can respond at short notice, even if there is a conflict happening, even if there are some refugees problem is taking place, but what we can do, we can send a small humanitarian team, aid workers, but for a large sustained support, obviously we look at financial support as well as material aid from the donors. This we undertake through our international NGO way. The donors could be countries, could be people, could be anybody, but yes, the sustained way, it can only happen when the world comes together. The way Naveen ji was saying, Jyot se Jyot mila karke. We understand that while we may not be in a position to stop or prevent a conflict, but an immediate or sustained response is necessary to bring normalcy in the conflict zone. Here we have also been, so at Horizon, what we have been focusing, as you know, whenever the wars takes place or the conflict takes place, there is a large amount of ordnance, large amount of bombing, large amount of mines, landmines, and equipment and ordnance, explosive, which is thrown at each other. Now, such things, they do contaminate our Mother Earth. And the worst kind of contamination is by these explosive devices. We talk about polythene, we talk about people throwing some useless garbage, but the biggest garbage that as human beings we are throwing on our Mother Earth is these explosive devices, which remain there for decades together. In fact, there are some of them which are still there from Second World War in North Africa. And even in Europe, sometimes people are uncovering those bombs which were buried in Second World War and during that time. So at Horizon, what we are doing, we started this organization long time back, and it's almost 20 years. In fact, we are coinciding with the humanitarian anniversary of 20 years. And here we are focusing on post-conflict, and within post-conflict, we are really focusing on the landmines and unexploded ordnance survey and clearance. As I said, these are the worst kind of contamination. And you'll not believe it, there are 110 million landmines in the ground right now, as also equal amount is in the stockpiles. Now, mines which cost just about $3 to $30, but their removal cost $300 to $1,000. See the amount of cost which is there. When we throw the garbage, it's not easy to take it out. And at the existing rate, suppose the human beings don't put more garbage on it, we will require close to $50 to $100 billion to clean all these landmines. Now, mines and these ordnance, they maim or kill almost 5,000 people annually. And one deminer is killed and 2 injured for every 5,000 successfully removed mines. This is one of the statistics. Fortunately, and with the grace of God, our Horizon, we have one of the highest safety records and things are okay. We have never had a casualty, but yes, there are casualties and this is a very risky proposition, but somebody has to do it. And you'll not, it is a very sad thing that out of this casualties, almost 85% of these reported landmines casualties are men, and many of them are soldiers. Yes, but there are large number percentage of victims are women, and almost 30%, sometimes these 30%, and children are also victims. We were working in one of the areas, and there it was very sad to see that a huge number of children, they will come, and once they become victim, you can understand it is a lifelong problem for them. They lose a limb or they lose some important part, and then they have to be really taken care of. It's a lifelong commitment. Until recently, about 100,000 mines were being removed annually, but about 2 million were being, about similar amount or maybe double of that were being planted every year. So where is the end game? Where is the mathematics? If demining efforts remain about the same as they are now, and no new mines are laid, suppose no new mines are laid, it will still take the world 1,100 years to clean this Mother Earth. So now you can see the enormity of this work that few of us people are engaged, and the enormity of the problem that human beings have created. Now, if you see in some areas, like in USA, this statistic says that there could be one amputation for every 22,000 people, or the people who come as the patient. Whereas in Angola, at some time, it was 30 for 10,000 people. See the amount of loss which people are facing. Again, in most of the area, wherever such landmines are, such UXOs are, then they also affect the agriculture, which is the mainstay of the economy. Landmines are planted in fields, forests, around wells, water sources, and hydroelectric installations, making these unusable or usable only at great risk. Just very recently, just about last week, I was talking to a fairly senior gentleman from one of the conflict zone, and he said that our people, our farmers are just waiting. The cost of life has gone up so much. Our fields, we cannot grow anything because it is all full of mines and unexploded ordnance. And we are looking forward to people coming forward and clearing the area. Both Afghanistan, just as statistics, both Afghanistan and Cambodia could double their agriculture production if landmines were eliminated from there. Now, having known this, and there are countries which have so much amount of this complexity with them, there is, as I said, that almost 100 million unexploded or landmines are there, and equal number of the stockpile, which are waiting to be planted. There are a number of international humanitarian laws which have come up. There are a number of mine ban treaty is one of those laws which has come up, where they stop. They ask everybody, they ask the countries to stop producing these articles and lay them. But not everybody has signed. We hope that over the period of time, some sense comes and people sign those treaties, and there are no mines on this face of earth. This is where the ethics, there was a point which came up, spiritual ethics in business. As far as Horizon is concerned, we have an NGO arm, we also have a commercial arm. But yes, there is a cost involved in all these activities. But the last thing that we hope is a conflict which should take place. We hope that no conflicts take place in this world, and the place is totally free of landmine. This is not a place to earn your livelihood. This is a place to do seva and clean the Mother Earth from this contamination. Now,
that's
as
really,
I said,
really wonderful. That's really, really wonderful. And in fact, I would say, Colonel Navneet, you have given such a remarkable information and so an outstanding talk, which is so important on humanitarian grounds and the work you all have been doing. And secondly, the theme is basically, it takes a village, actually, and it really takes a village. It's not one person's story. It takes a complete village, huge communities to do these kind of things and to build up all that. And the way you have combined in your organization has been working to work on the ground, to challenge and see how things can be done, and so that we all can sleep well, the mother can live properly, the children can play properly, the nature can groom properly. All these things are rested on you all people who are so important to us in life, actually. And very important and very blissful job, I would say, you've been doing, and how you have been keeping up with the ethics, with the norms, as well as still building up smiles in everybody's face and making them cheer up in life to stand by the tough times of life, actually. So this thing is really important. And I also see that the concept of when you had been talking about that, no matter where you are, or no matter what you are serving for working on the humanitarian basis, basically is one of the basic things, which is the beautiful thing. So I would like to thank you for coming, and a very special thanks from our founder and director Neil Kumar and the whole team as well. And it was really beautiful having you. And before you go, I would also like to plug in Seema Ji. So we have Seema Bhatia, our kitchen episode producer, Global Namaste, and we have Ritu Chabria from UK. Global Namaste to you as well. And before we say bye to Colonel Navneet Mittal, I would like to have your short words, Ritu Jeet, from Colonel Navneet and his talk, followed by Seema Bhatia. Over to you, Ritu. Thank you.
Well, Thank you very much for having me here, and I'm grateful to Neil. And quite late, but I was very much interested in the way that Navneet ji was talking about awareness, support, and the multiple things that are happening under their umbrella. So perhaps I could pick up on that sometime or have a recording of what has been said. I would appreciate that. I mean, it's all about collaborations. I think each one of us that is here is making a change somewhere. But until we don't speak, until we don't collaborate, I don't think we can make the difference in a wholesome way. So I would really, I am sorry that I've missed out on it, but I would really like, Seema, if you could please send me a recording if there is.
Global Namaste, Ritu, and Global Namaste to all of you and our whole team at Healing Heart. Navneet ji, what you've said today is truly very inspirational. I was in Cambodia a couple of years ago with the Art of Living, so I'm aware of the huge landmine problem that they have there. It is estimated that as of date, there could be up to 6 million landmines in Cambodia itself. Let's not mention other parts of the world. And this is something that has to be addressed, and the world has to move forward towards this. On this grounds, I would like to say a quote, by the social activist and lawyer who was in New York City, Brian Stevenson. And I say this to celebrate you, Navneet ji, what you're doing, and Ritu, with the great work that you're doing with Mukul Madhav Foundation. You cannot change the world with merely just ideas of the mind, but with the conviction of one's heart. And really, I celebrate both of you, and our whole team here at Healing Arat. Amrita ji will agree with me on this. We celebrate all the humanitarians today who are really following the conviction of the heart to create change. Because change is needed, lives have to be uplifted, people need to be rescued. Humanity has to move together no matter what, which is the theme for 2023. No matter what, we need to really, really create shifts in our world. So thank you very much. Very inspirational, Navneet ji. I will be putting you in touch with a lady in Cambodia who's very, very driven towards the landmine issues. So you will get her contact from Mr. Neil Kumar.
I was there about last month. I was in Cambodia.
Yes.
And I was talking to the people concerned who are in the Mine Action Center. Right. And hopefully, if things are okay, we could be there within a month or 2 months, clearing landmines in Cambodia too.
Okay, fine. You will. I will put you in touch with this lady.
It'll be great, and if you can connect me, it will be wonderful.
Sure. Definitely, we will do so. Thank you very much. Very inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema Bhatia. Thank you, Karan Navneet, for joining us. And please stay around if you have time to listen to more things and give in your opinion as well. Thank you so much. And now we move to Ritu Chabriya and at UK. And before we have her, let me have a small introduction to our audience and our viewers. Mukul Madhav Foundation was established in 1999 as an independent charitable trust in India and thereafter registered as a UK charity in 2018. The work at MMF encompasses healthcare, education, social welfare, water and environmental conservation, sanitation, women's empowerment, disaster relief, promotion of sports and skill development. This accounts for 17 out of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals and 15 out of the 16 CSR mandates put forward by the Government of India in 2014. MMF is actively working in 24 states of India. Ritu thrives with the support of her doting husband, Mr. Prakash Chabriya, and the blessings of her parents, Gopichand and Sunita Hinduja. Her two daughters, Gayatri and Hansika, have taken on the responsibilities as trustees at the foundation in addition to their personal career. The service of MMF over the last 25 years has received many accolades and appreciations locally and globally. Ritu also sits on the various boards and believes in collaboration for the larger cause. What a wonderful introduction and the job you've been doing, Ritu. And today you're going to talk about the bridging gaps to build communities, which is again a very wonderful topic and very vibrant as well. Your foundation, I've heard a lot about it, and it's been talking a lot on so many grounds of humanitarian works, which you have been doing. So please tell us more about all that, and we would love to listen. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amitaji, Seema. It's an absolute pleasure being here. And of course, this day signifies the global communities coming together to show unwavering commitment to deliver for the community and for us to serve, no matter who we are, where we are, and how we do it. It's all about collaborative efforts. We make efforts to make a change, and that's what resonates with us at Mukul Madhav Foundation. We have been, over the last 25 years, living with a motto which is live to give, and also with never to say it's impossible, because next to impossible is I am possible. So we have been working with many causes. We hear about why do we work with so many causes and why don't we concentrate on one or two and become masters at it. But I believe we have mastered it all, because when we live in a world that needs and has so many different causes, we are not in a place or a position to say that this is not what I can do, or this is something I will not pursue, or this is not something that I can fund. We have lived with that thought process that we will stand by anything and everything that comes by us. And that is where our strength lies, in saying never does not belong into our dictionary. We've been bridging gaps between communities with a simple thing such as listening. We listen to the community rather than thrust upon the communities, because it's very important for us to learn from individuals that live in that community as to what they are needing, what their needs are, how they would like to see things going. Of course, we can lead them, we can show them the path, but at the end of the day, I think we need to listen to the way that a community functions. There are many elements and many layers in a community, whether you look at the head of the community, the sarpanch, or you look at individuals, you look at men, you look at women, you look at the elderly, you look at the children. The needs are vast. The needs and the depth of the needs are different. So I think what we've done is we've done a lot of inclusion programs in the way that we work. We work including individuals. We have had opportunities of speaking to the women in the society, listening to the heads of the community. We've been doing individual, realistic work rather than thrust upon them by saying, this is the way we want you to eat, this is the way we want you to live, this is the way we want you to dress. It doesn't work that way. I think what we've learned at Mukul Madhav is that your ear needs to be listening. You need to work with grassroots needs, and that's how it's been, whether it's been bridging the gap between the community in rural and urban, looking at education in urban and rural. We're looking at health support that is needed at rural. We're looking at every spectrum that affects each one of us, whether we live in a rural or an urban setting. We're looking at a first world and third world communities. Over the last 5 years, in the last 3 years, I've been living in London. I have seen that the needs here are just as much as needs are back home in India. And whether it is about shelter, whether it's about food, whether it's about women's rights, whether it's about communities where they are trying to bring attention to equality in every which way, bringing financial literacy, bringing educational literacy. I mean, there's no end to the needs of any community. And therefore, I think bridging the gap mainly for food, for health, creating hospitals, training on ground with primary health centers. We're looking at ASHA, A&M nurses who are at a level where they are not trained consistently or constantly. So we are trying to bring all these programs there. We're looking at men, women, children that live with disabilities. We're looking at how to bring inclusion of at every step from birth to death. There has to be no caste, no creed. So the elements that we're working with, ensuring that neighborhoods next door to each other are working together, are able to understand each other, bringing a lot of sensibility by working and listening to communities has been the strength that we have developed over the last 25 years. We've been doing a lot of work which is to scale. But again, it comes back to scaling the work only when we have an increase in the reach and spread with people that live in a community. So we have been able to scale up the work when we have a lot of collaborative communities come together, bringing water projects, bringing sanitation into villages, bringing pipelines, or doing descaling and cleaning of water bodies. So we've been able to connect individuals, communities collaboratively. We've been bringing many other NGOs and corporates that have now been under the CSR policy, which has been instilled in India since 2014, where 2% of the profits are being utilized towards support system in various different verticals. There are 16 verticals that have been laid down by the government of India. And I'm happy to say that we work in 15 out of 16 of these, but these have not been because we've been working on it on our own. It's with the support of so many different policies that the government has, trying to make changes to the government policies along with the communities, because not everything is seen at grassroots level as what the government is thinking in central level government. Policies do not percolate as easily into rural communities. Understanding that there is not so easy, and therefore it's one of the bigger jobs that we have as an NGO at Mukul Madhav is that we make sure that if there are policies, we are able to bring those policies to grassroots level in the simplest language in order to help them to understand and apply for subsidies, for example, that they are entitled to, but they're not aware about. So bridging the gap between central government, state government, rural areas, and the multiple different layers that we all live in, I think this has been our strength. And for us at Mukul Madhav, it doesn't stop, our work doesn't stop with just signing off a check. It is very much about taking our work from every level until we feel that we have, made a success out of it, or until there's been a lot of instances where the local community has said, listen, I think you've done enough, now you can walk away. We've had certain instances that way as well, when we've been helping individuals overcome their treatments at hospitals, where we've been pursuing them from their first checkup to their last checkup, and their follow-ups, where they've said, listen, we will manage, just, walk away. We're grateful to you. But that's how deeply we walk into the projects that we walk into, whether it's for an individual, a community, a region, or a state. We've been working in 24 different states in India, 24 out of 28. And hopefully by the end of this year, we would have reached one more new state, which is Meghalaya, where we are talking, we're in deep talks right now. But more or less, this is what we have been doing. We've been trying to reach and collaborate from UK to India. We've been doing a lot of collaborative efforts in taking support from various different organizations, such as British Asian Trust, looking at the Princess Trust, the Queen's Commonwealth Trust, ActionAid. It's been a great opportunity to meet so many different people, like-minded people who are working to bridge the gap, are working in areas that have been of great interest to us at Mukul Madhav. Every change that we have made, whether it's for education, whether it's for health, whether it's for an upgrading, uplifting of housing, sheltering, we've been involved. We have been there. And if we are called to a project, 9 out of 10, we stand by it, because I think more and more support system and understanding can come only when we are able to collaborate. So we are working from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and we have been working on very many projects to bridge these gaps. And I think I'll stop there, because there's just so much that can be said, but that's where we are. This is what we have been doing. And
no, we would like to have few more words of information, because this is so important for everybody to know, because that's how you're raising up the human resource capital. So please continue.
So so the way that, like I've said, I think I'm just repeating myself many a times, but we are working for humans. We're working with animals. We're working for rescue of animals through the pandemic. For example, there were so many cows that were sort of left abandoned because their owners could not afford to eat themselves. They could not graze these animals elsewhere. So we rescued these cows. And in fact, now we have about 8 different gaushalas. We've got over 250 cows that we look after on a daily basis. So it's not about just human beings, but those that are around us. So we have a huge amount of animal protection work that we are doing as well. We're looking at women farmers. We're looking at how women in the farming spectrum grow, because there are so many different subsidies that are available for women who are in the farming spectrum through the government of India. They're not aware of it. We're bringing the information to them. So it's again bridging the gap between knowledge of those who have set the knowledge and those who do not have the knowledge about it. I think we've taken a huge step in these 25 years of standing by every cause that comes our way. So pandemic showed us a lot of compassion from people that we had never seen before, and compassion for humanitarian work that everybody came together to do. So it's been a great journey over 25 years to see how and where we fit in. It's like a puzzle, trying to see where we began and how we fit in, and how we have made, shook hands with so many people that we never had imagined doing. But I think it's all about a journey where, you are sitting in a train, for example. You're sitting in a train, you never know who's popping in and popping out at every station. And that's what exactly has happened to us at Mukul Madhav. We have been on a journey which has been continuous. We do not stop. We work 24/7. I have teams that are fed up, but they wake up and they, I think the cause that we are following makes them alert, awake, and wanting to, get back to work. So there's been a lot of awareness that has come through collaborative work. But I think more than anything, I think it's all about listening to each other, coming together for each other, caste, creed, small, big, rich or poor, it doesn't make a difference. It's all about standing by each other. I think that's all I have to say.
Lovely. That's so lovely. And that's so beautiful, I would say. And beyond the caste, creed, religion, anything, it's so important. What you share is the compassion, which you share is the love, which you share. And I think the common things which everybody requires as food, shelter, clothing, and the basic social needs. And for that, and to have a prosperous life. So Article 21 of Indian Constitution says about the right to life, which is one of the very important lives of this. We must know, and educating that and moving to that right of yourself to take care of yourself, about your health and your well-being. And you've been doing a wonderful job in your foundation. And yes, I would surely like to reach out to you, and definitely would like to also put forward many other people who would like to reach out to the foundation, because I think there's still so many needy hands that need help at so many points of life. And
absolutely.
Yes,
I think that would be an honor, because that's what this is all about. This is about a journey that we're on, and the more the merrier. I think we learn and we are able to collaborate for a bigger cause. That's why we brought so many corporates to work with us. I mean, the ethos of working under the CSR policy was making everyone work individually. Everyone was making a piecemeal of it. And, and there's all these various different accolades that you get, who's done what in the CSR spectrum. It's become one more cause for people to celebrate. But I think more than anything else, I think it's not the accolades, it's actually the learning to, let go of your egos and come together. A lot of us want to do things on our own and shine on our own, but I think we have a better shine when we're all together.
True.
Many more bulbs together.
True. I think that makes the complete sun.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So instead of an individual ray makes a complete sun, and that's beautiful. I think, thank you so much, Mala. I think you have some comments. Please, over to you.
Oh, namaste.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful to hear from you, Ritu. You just speak my language and you said everything. But I've got two important questions for you, but I want to bring those points. You mentioned something about compassion, and I do a lot of humanitarian work behind the scenes. And people always tell me this, but it annoys me as well when they say, oh, you're so passionate, you're passionate. I said, I'm not passionate about feeding people, and nobody should be poor, no one should go hungry. It's not a passion, but you brought that beautiful, strong point then. You said compassion, and it is compassion. And you raised that, you just made a point now about, it's not about an individual, it's about everybody. And yes, people will use it for self-proclaim and all of that. And I've seen that over the years. And it's very dangerous, because it could just, I've seen it where people use that for their own self-gain. And it's not about one person, it's about everybody. Empathy, compassion, and training people. We're living in this digital world. I always bring this subject up where, our new generations are all lovely and comfortable with our lifestyles, where they sell, everyone's been served. But how could we help our younger generations to get out there and help and be more compassionate and selfless as well? I work with on humanitarian courses, but I train people on low income or various circumstances to become employed, to become self-sustaining. and try and get them out of poverty. What message do you have for the younger generations?
Well, I think for the younger generations, it's up to us. It's this generation that is inculcating the right habits. So, before we point a finger at our kids or the next generation, I think it's very important for us to realize what are we doing, and we become the teacher. So whether it's at home or whether we're looking at a school environment, schools are not doing enough. I feel that schools need to involve children on more humanitarian causes. For example, the school that I run in India, in Ratnagiri, which is a small village, we have five different villages that send their children to this school. We've got 600 students. In this school, children are taught to celebrate each other's festivities. For example, we celebrate Eid, or we celebrate, Rakhi. Raksha Bandhan is happening now. What we have done is, for example, right now, if I use Raksha Bandhan, which is on the 30th of August, our students have been making Rakhis. Each one has made 2 Rakhis each. So we've got about 1,200 Rakhis. Plus, we've got groups of children that we work with who have HIV. We are working with differently abled. We have given them all we've given them all the raw materials, and we've told them how and what the time frame is, and we want them to make these Rakhis. Now we've come up with more than 2,500 Rakhis. Now these Rakhis, if I was to display them, maybe I can send you images later. They are just so beautifully done because we have trained them over the last 2 months. It's been focused that we want to put it into the courier. It's going into different spaces, and this should be done timely. So yesterday was when we sent all this in the courier on Saturday. Now, what and where did these go? So first of all, our students are tying a Rakhi to each other. So each one is going to tie a Rakhi to each other. We had a lot of parents who came in and said, but we are not Hindus. So I said, so what? This is friendship. It's not about a brother and sister only, it's about friendship. So why can't we tie Rakhis? So we overcame those questions, we did that. A whole lot of our Rakhis have gone to the Siachen border of our country so that we could give it to the soldiers. And these soldiers, these soldiers were sent a note to say that you are protecting us. So we are sending this to you to do Raksha for you, right? So it's about teaching them at school about various different things that we can do. The other thing that our students do is that throughout the year, we have 2 gunny bags, which are not gunny bags anymore. They've become like nice plastic buckets. So children come up with ek muthi anaj ki. So they bring in a fistful of rice, and we keep putting this rice into this big bucket. And over the months, over every month, we keep taking this to the differently abled schools, and students are able to do that. They take it themselves. Teachers and parents go with them, and then we are able to give this to the community. Now, this is bringing compassion to them. This is bringing them about sharing. So sharing, compassion, and becoming more and more aware of how we can do things for each other. In addition to this, every student in the school has planted a tree. So we have let them plant a tree because we want them to be more and more conscious about the environment. So there are many things that we can do to inculcate the right values from the very beginning and ensure that we take them along with us. Don't feel that they're too young. You have to start at a young age in order to see that they are giving back to the communities that we live in. So that's the only way that we can do it. It's all about training, teaching, compassion is there, passion is there, but also after a while we see obsession setting in. You become obsessed in giving, living your life Nobody stops you from living your life. Enjoy the luxuries, enjoy your life, but learn to give away a little bit is one of the most important things. So I think there's only a small tummy that we have. We can eat only so much. We can enjoy only so much. So you have to set aside for sharing, and that sharing, caring is something that we need to inculcate at a very, very young age.
Thank you. Very beautiful.
Well
Isn't
said.
it, Seema?
I'm so touched. I am so
Thank
touched. You know, Ritu, you do so much good work, and I know you're a very, very spiritual person, and you've done so much good. And I said this earlier, I celebrate you, and we all celebrate you. A couple of things I'd like to share that were not mentioned. Ritu, your foundation set up the first pediatric intensive care unit in Pune. You know, this really touched my heart. And in the UK, you're working with the Royal College of Pediatrics. Children really touch my heart. And you heal little hearts. This is something that really made me tear up, you know. And it's so touching to see all the work you do. You know, you're supporting causes here, you're supporting causes locally in India. You know, I know that the purpose of bridging the gap is through education is a huge tool, and you're using that in a big way. I have one question for you, because like you said, you know, how much can your stomach eat, right? It's time to open up and share. But I'm sure there are challenges connecting ideas, spaces, concepts. How do you deal with these challenges on a day-to-day basis? Because you're working with so many spectrums. You want to create self-reliance for human beings, you know, to live not with pity, but with dignity. Now, you want happiness, you want hope, which you're creating a lot of hope. You want dignity for all. And you've taken something so big that you shared on Independence Day, and that's child trafficking. You know, that is huge.
It is. It has been a huge journey, in fact, in connecting the dots. And the challenges are many. As you can imagine, there are many, as I keep saying, there are many layers within our society, and each layer has to be sort of slowly and rightfully sort of, you know, intervened into. And I think the important thing I learned is that don't jump, take tiny steps, because those tiny steps make you learn from many around you. I mean, when I started 25 years ago, I never thought that I would do what I am doing. I wanted to definitely help, but the depth of my help was to help with blankets and food on the streets, to start in the smallest way. Then when we started looking at babies and you know, needing the help, we had to look at mothers. So everything that we do is so connected. If you sit back and think about the ways that things can be connected, but we seem to think that, you know, this is my job and this is not my job. And to face the challenges have definitely been difficult. The challenge of, for example, being a woman, okay? Being a woman and working in the space that I wanted to work was very difficult. I mean, people thought that, okay, she's a woman, she'll come once. We've said no, she'll go back. She won't come back again. They didn't know how resilient I was. They didn't understand when I set my goal, it had to be achieved. Whether it becomes successful or not, I had to see that I made it happen. And if I was unfortunate or I was not successful, I will rebound. I will go back and come back. Lots and lots of layers of people who did not want a woman coming in or a woman discovering what was really happening. One such circumstance was when I've been working with cerebral palsy children. There was a request that came to me from the district health officer to provide chairs for differently abled and cerebral palsy. So I said, listen, I know differently abled, but what is cerebral palsy? And they explained what cerebral palsy is. And then I thought, okay, fine, you want these chairs, I'll give you the chairs, but can I meet these children? That's where the guy said, why? We want you to only give the chairs. Why do you want to meet them? So I said, well, if I'm giving the chairs, I want to know the parents and I want to meet them and I want to ask them whether they want anything else. Can I help in any other way? The guy put a barrier. He said, okay, I don't want it. I don't want your chairs because I don't want you to intervene. So that made me, he challenged me at that point. And that's where my team and I said, okay, this is it. We must find out what is happening behind the scenes. To cut the story short, we went on to All India Radio. That's how much it touched me. And I said, I must go on to All India Radio. We went into All India Radio because that was the only way that we could have the greater population in rural and interiors of rural listen, because they do not have TVs, they don't have internet, they don't have communications, except for radios. Radios are their best friend. So we started talking about cerebral palsy. We started talking about what challenges lie in front of parents who have children with different cerebral palsies. There's 4 or 5 different ways that you can say cerebral palsy can be through.
That's really very nice.
You know, so we said
really nice.
the brain injury, this injury, that injury, everything that was happening, we finally put it into a space where we had loads of people listening, and they said, okay, we had 300, but at the end of it, Seema, we had 1,200 children we discovered. We had the district health officer and the civil surgeon who did not want us to discover because this was not written down. They were not getting them onto the right books. They were not getting the subsidies that they should have received. So it was a great big challenge of 1.5 years fighting, banging our head against the wall, trying to make the authorities understand, but we overcame it. So when you say how, this is it. There are many challenges, but I think we need to be resilient and we will get there.
I'll say one sentence here, no matter what.
No matter, absolutely.
The theme for 2023 was being lived along. The theme is there for this year, but you've been living it through your journey from the start.
Absolutely.
Wonderful
Absolutely.
what you're doing. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I think our founder and director, Neil Kumar, has some comments. Neil Kumar.
Rita, thank you for coming at Healing Our Earth. As usual, we are very proud of your foundation. And as Seema said recently, the video that we have shared about the children particularly. So I think what we want to do, Rita, we want you back on 17th of September, where we've got women empowerment. Although children is not just about women empowerment, but you have been a very good stalwart in the amount of women you have empowered to empower the humanitarian community. So it will be very nice to have you back on the 17th of September with a longer session at Healing Our Earth, which Seema is producing with Dimple, our hairstyle and makeup artist. So it'll be very nice to have you then. We need to move on to the next guest, Amol Sainwar from India, who is also part of our humanity team today. So Rita, thank you very much. Seema, hang around. Thank you very much. Mala, hang around. Amrita, go ahead. We go with Anmol. Honey is here now. So Honey, just go ahead and introduce Anmol and we carry on with his chat. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a global namaste. And what a wonderful, wonderful contributors we've had today. So we now, first of all, would like to say a happy humanitarian day to every single person who's joined us today on Healing Our Earth. And of course, it's Honey Kalaria here. I would love to invite our next guest all the way from India, Amol Sainwar. He's going to be speaking to us a little bit about how to return back to humanity. Now, what is all this about? Well, first of all, let's find out a little bit about Amol. Now, Amol Sainwar is humanity, country, and service-focused social worker. He's also a project manager with a strong commitment to serving the need of rural kids, youth and adults, including the less educated, unemployed, emancipated youth and population with special needs, the ones that face challenges mainly due to lack of infrastructure. He is skilled in building community support, key coalitions and strategic interagency partnerships. He's also backed by solid credentials with BE in a mechanical engineering, I would have thought, and equal strengths in program, personnel, and project management. Amol's objective is to see India develop through education, which I love the subject of, and rural development. Presently, he is working as a managing director of Technolutions Projects PVT Limited, Pune, and founder president of Shiv Prabha, I should say this again, Shiv Prabha Charitable Trust from Pune. Global Namaste, Anmolji.
Thank you, Hani, for such a nice and wonderful introduction.
Oh, you are fantastic. You're doing such good work. I mean, amazing work. And also the fact that, you know, you're involved in the education sector, which is a very interesting area, because working with people right from the community level to help develop the future leaders, to help to set up lots of wonderful projects. Tell us a little bit about, first of all, what does humanity mean to you before we move on? What does humanity mean to you?
See, basically, as I was listening to the Ritu and the Navneet ji, what we all are doing is nothing but basically the humanitarian work, basically. So in a Marathi we call it as a manuski. So in the same way, humanity is nothing but basically what we are today actually, and doing something betterment for the humanitarian work actually. Yes. So that is what my thought process of the humanity. Yeah.
Yeah, to better the world in a way, because I believe, you know, humanitarian, what else can we do except, you know, when you should be helping each other, helping to, you know, raise consciousness levels of humanity and the work that you're doing as well. So tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing. Tell us, do you have a presentation, or would you like to share a little bit about the work that you're carrying out at the moment?
I don't want to do any presentation here. I want to just speak actually about whatever the topic actually we have given is the basically return back to humanity.
Yes. Wow. So tell us a little bit about what does that mean to you? Why is this topic very important for you?
See, basically, I will take first 5 minutes to give what is meant by return back to society by giving a narration of one story. And later on, I also give about the presentation, or rather say, I will explain what Shiva Prabha is doing. Let's first understand what is meant by return back to humanity in terms of one story. Here I want to highlight the story of mine only, a simple human being of the India. I'm just taking you back in the 1885, 86, when my age was only 8 years, and I lost my father actually. Oh, okay. And the whole responsibility of family, that is 2 sisters and myself, is on the head of my mother actually. So that time sometimes we have to supposed to sleep by drinking only water, or sometimes we have to sleep with just some biscuits. So at that time, when I was just 8-year-old, something has came in mind. Why not to support my own mother by doing some work actually? So at the age of 8, I started selling newspaper. I started selling the bread, and with that particular moment, I started getting myself educated by earning. So my whole education is happened earning and learning. So this continues till the 12th standard. When I was in a 12th standard, I got good marks in my 12th standard. So I got I was able to do the admission in the medical engineering as well as a DED. It is called a diploma in education. So that time I got only 1,200 rupees in my hand. So the simplest way to go for the DED, that is a diploma in education, and I will be able to manage with that particular amount. But for the engineering, I need at least 5,300 rupees. For the medical, I might require 16,000 rupees actually. So that time I don't have that much money, so I thought I will go for the DED. But my professors came to me the villagers, I actually belong from the Chandrapur district of Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. So the villagers came to me and they collected some 4,000 rupees and given to me. And then by paying 5,300 rupees, I took admission in the engineering. And then I become an engineer. So this 4,000 rupees has a turning point to me for my life actually. So when I was in a final year, I again stood first in the college and the second rank in the Nagpur University. So I got an award money of rupees 13,000. So in my life, first time I was seeing that much big amount. So I don't know what to do with that money. So I thought that something humanitarian work can be done by this money. So I spent 6,500 rupees, that is a 50% of amount, by donating the book to the library of college and also remaining money for my mother actually. So from that particular moment, we started the work specifically for the educating the people in the rural area. So whatever today in last 23 years, means we have started our work in 2000. So in last 23 years, whatever we are doing, we are paying back to the humanity. Whatever the amount humanity has spent on me, that is a 4,000 rupees. So I'm just paying back, or our whole organization is paying back to the humanity. So that is the reason we started at in 2007 at an organization level, Shiva Prabha Charitable Trust. The primary objective of this trust, when we started, it was education. So till today, in the last 23 years, almost 750 underprivileged students has took education from our trust. So many people have become the engineers, doctors, teachers. Some becomes artists, some becomes the IS officers. In India, it is a Indian Administrative Services, where the some becomes IS officer also. So every year, some 50-60 students from the underprivileged community, they are getting education through our trust, and they are becoming the I can say the able person who can be a part of the development of the India. I will take one example of the Prabhakar Pachpute. He has also done the exhibition in the UK. When he came to me a barefooted. He want to do the master in the fine arts. He has completed a bachelor in fine arts, and he want to do the masters in fine arts. So when he came, he don't have a slipper in leg also. He came barefooted. His need was very, very small, 1,000 rupees per month for 2 years to complete his master in fine arts. So we gone through his details, we approved his scholarship, and we paid his scholarship in 2011 and 12. And in the last almost 10 years, he has done the exhibition in the almost 15 different countries. And in the UK also, he got an award of $80,000. So the such kind of many students are there who has done a good work for the humanity, and they are also returning back to the humanity. Like Prabhakar now is taking care of the more than 110 students through his contribution to the trust actually. So this was our first vertical, that is education. Second vertical on which we are working is basically the rural development. As Ritu rightly said, the whole India lies in a rural area. Basically 60% population of the India is still in the rural area. We have almost 640,000 villages if I talk about the India. So our whole India lies in a rural area. So it is very important to have a development of this rural area, and that is the reason we started adopting the villages, and we are trying to do the overall development of the villages. So we have till date adopted 13 villages, and we are trying to do the development of these villages through the contribution of the trust, government, and also the villagers, and some point of a time CSR is a corporate responsibility of the different organizations. They are also helping us in a development of these villages. What kind of a development is also very important?
But I wanted to ask as well, you know, this is such an interesting thing. I love what you've mentioned here, adopting villages. Adopting villages is very interesting. First of all, the education part I think is amazing. Congratulations for the really great work, because you have a history of it as well yourself. You went through a journey. but then you wanted to give back to society, you know, which is beautiful, and we will congratulate you for that. And then from that, I love to hear the fact that each one of those people that you are supporting are also contributing further to other people as well. It's such an amazing chain reaction to do good work in the world and humanitarian work, as we say. The generosity is beautiful. This rural area side, I think that sounds amazing. This sounds very interesting, adopting a village. I've never heard that before. When you adopt a village, what do you exactly do, and what kind of work is being carried out in those villages to support?
Yeah. See, adopting a village is the first thing is that we do the survey of the village at a level of family, at a level of village. And we come out with the different type of problems which villagers or a village is facing, which is basically the keynote to understand the development of the village. So that is holding the village.
Yeah, what kind of problems do people normally have? Of course, there are issues, basic issues like maybe water needs, food needs, education needs, you know, like sanitary needs, maybe basic. But yeah, what do you find is the help that most of these villages really require?
Yeah, what you rightly said is the basic needs are there actually, because if you talk about the rural area, let's first try to attack the basic needs like food, water, shelter, education. That is what actually, I will take a simple example of the Lonwadi village. Lonwadi village is in a Maharashtra, Vidarbha region. It is actually located at a hilly area actually. It is totally a tribal village, hilly area. When we entered in that village in 2011, there was no electricity, there was no drinking water, there was no sanitation. So that kind of a challenges we got in front of us actually. And then we
something interesting for our audience members to understand that even in 2011, which we consider the modern times, that everybody is just we just live with internet, and we live with food, and we throw away food when we're eating, etc. But yet there are people out there who do not even have electricity. So how can they ever even connect to the internet, let alone have lights, etc.? So it's something to think about. That this is just in 2011, and it's amazing. Please carry on. Yes, that's great.
Yeah, 2011, this village without have electricity, and it is impossible to take the electricity or the transmission line there because it is a hilly area. So at that time, we used a technology as a solar technology to provide the electricity to the each and every house of that village.
Brilliant, beautiful.
Yeah.
So
and then
implemented all the solar. What did you do? You funded solar panels. What did you do to help them with electricity?
See, first we have provided the solar table lamp actually, because initially the difficulty was faced by the students actually. When they used to do the study, they used to do in a kerosene lamp. So I think you might heard about the kerosene lamp.
Of course,
actually.
Yeah, the little
yeah, little one. Yeah. So that is that kerosene gives a lot of unburned carbons, which create a problem to your respiratory system and your eyes also.
Right.
And that calls for us to develop that table lamp, solar table lamp in 2011. So we used to have a small Nokia battery, small 4 LED lights actually, and then the solar panels. So that was costing us almost rupees 150 only for that particular lamp actually, and that gives a backup of 6 hours. So that particular small lamp, it was used by the village student for a study, even for the mother to cook the food in the night. They can have a good dinner in the light of that small lamp together actually. Even in the morning, father can take that lamp to go to the farm actually. So a small lamp started working as a rural development activity. Then we have provided the solar panels for the whole village to have lights on the streets, lights on the houses. And then also we next step was to provide the water system, water to that particular village, because drinking water was not available, and they were supposed to be travel 3 to 4 kilometers to get a drinking water actually.
Wow.
And again in that hilly area. So definitely I will share some photographs how they used to travel and how they used to get harm to their body while traveling actually. They may fall down in a rainy season, they fall down due to the slippery hilly area.
Yes,
and then
you have water, you're holding the water maybe on the head,
yeah.
and they're heavy, it's not easy to, even if we try to carry a bucket of water, it's really hard. You think, oh gosh, and if you're walking 4 kilometers with all this water that you're holding, it's true, it's very true. It must be very difficult for the population and the community members. Yes, thank you. Please carry on. Yes.
Yeah, that is the reason we have provided a solar water distribution system. We have installed a solar pumps near to the well where they used to go and bring the water, and then we laid the pipelines, and then we created a distribution tanks, filters, and everything in that particular village, and the water has reached to each and every house.
Wow, beautiful. That's congratulations. See, what a even if one village has been transformed, it's amazing. But you mentioned you're working with about 13 villages like this, right?
Right.
Yeah. And how many people normally live in each one of these villages, roughly, like on average?
Yeah, if I talk about the Maharashtra, almost 45,000 villages are there actually. So average 100, 200 to 500. That is basically the minimum population. It goes up to 3,500 to 5,000 population of the one village actually.
Wow, well, so each one of those people are impacted through your humanitarian work. Amazing. Right. Very nice. Congratulations. And then what kind of things? So you mentioned about the shelter, the food, the education. So whilst you're implementing solar panels in this, which I think is a fantastic idea, what else do you do? What else do you do to help the villages develop?
Correct. Now, as you rightly said, in 2011, there was no electricity. Today, that village has got electricity. Today, that village has got internet. And in the COVID situation, we have provided the tab to the students, and they have done their education on a tab actually. The village who don't have the electricity in 2011, in 2019 and 2020, they got internet, they got a tab, and they used to able to have education on the tab. So that kind of a change we are getting in the villages actually.
So you're technologically advancing the villages. You're helping them to stay, stay connected to the times. So as we're progressing, you're helping to bring that progression into the villages as well, which is amazing. We have Mala here, and we just wondered if Mala has a particular question to ask dear Amolji. Malaji, a global namaste to you. Looking nice and bright today.
Namaste, Malaji.
Namaste. What a wonderful, what you're doing is just phenomenal. And I'm just listening to what you could do in a rural area. And some of the aspects, some of the problems you're having there is what we're in London or in the UK are going through in terms of electricity, affordability to cook and eat and connect. Now, the villages that you work with, it takes a village to raise a child. And in this instance, you've got the children, the families, and the neighborhoods and communities that are coming together to help and push this forward. Now, are there other funding streams? Are you out there raising more awareness? Or is it you're so busy with the infrastructure and supporting everybody's needs? Do you need more help? Is there any way we can...
Yeah, so Mala, are you asking the fact that how do you raise your funds? How do you raise your resources? Because there are many areas that you have to deal with. You mentioned the corporate social responsibility, you talked about government support, etc. So, you've got the children, you've got the families, you've got the whole village, as Mala mentioned. How do you raise the funds so that you can develop the infrastructure?
Yeah, basically, as you rightly said, we use the basically CSR funds, different organizations who are in touch with us and who have a trust in the Shiva Prabha Charitable Trust. They support us with their CSR fund. And we have a very good way of working to have a crowdfunding. Basically, the crowdfunding that, again, this internet media, this digital media is supporting us a lot actually. Now, say if any of our students wants to become an engineer, and his need is about 100,000 rupees. So we go for the evaluation of that student. We understand that his need is right. Then we share the story of this student with all the donors actually. And then people start committing, say, $500, $1,000, $2,000. And then once we achieve a target of, say, 100,000 rupees, we stop the funding, basically crowdfunding. And we specifically use that particular fund for that students only. So that is the kind of a transparency we say. See, if we have raised 100,000 rupees for a particular student, so we use that much amount of that for that student only. The similar way for any village, the same thing will be used for that particular village. So crowdfunding is also one of the big platform which we are using for the raising the funds for our different activities now.
Mala, that's a really good question, by the way, because yes, to carry out such amazing work and impactful work, we need to get the funds from somewhere. So having that, we also have Dr. Naveen Gupta here, and Naveen Gupta ji also has, I'm sure, a wonderful question to ask you, Amol ji. Hello, and a global namaste.
Global namaste to all of you.
Namaste, Naveen ji.
Global namaste to Amol ji. Amol ji, it's so touching that you said about adapting a village. I would like to contribute to that, and that is that please give me one village where I can distribute Ayurveda medicine and Ayurveda services to the entire village without thinking about that the time difference is 4.5 hours. At any time of the day, any one of the village, from Sarpanch to the last person, as Modi ji says, Antim Payadan, means the last person in the queue, they can call me at any time. I'll be, my Healing Offer team will be sharing my number with you, and they can call me anytime, and I will try to make sure I have to make a contract with somebody in India to have the medicines ready for them. So when they call me, so my consultation is free of cost. That means I'm sorry about it. I should not say free of cost. It is free. So and it is I want to honor them. I don't want to say that I'm doing something for them. No. So they can call me, and I will give my services as a physician, and at the same time I try to make sure, although I cannot promise now, but I to make sure that I arrange somebody in Delhi who can pack all the medicines for them and post to that village, to that person address. And I'll make sure that I do this. Please give me one village, and if you think I can do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Naveenji. Now only I can tell you the village name. It is a Taloja, and this village has a lot of problem due to the infiltration in the water actually. So I can share you the n number of problems that this village is going to face later on up the line actually. But your contribution to that particular village to come out of the problems will be a great.
I will be helping for the water cleaning and whatever it is. I'll be helping to that village. But Tajol, which village you said? I forgot it.
It's a Taloja.
But to be honest with you, to be straightforward with you, if you give me any Hindi-speaking village, then the people can talk to me in Hindi. Because Taloja people speaking Marathi, I think, and I will not be able to catch them. And I want to serve the people in their language. Please give me a village which is Hindi-speaking village.
Definitely.
Sure. First of all, Naveenji, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the wonderful humanitarian week for today, on Healing Our Earth. And you are so kindly showing your humanitarianness, as we call it. I believe that humanitarian means being compassionate, being generous, also doing something good for society, being philanthropic, as we say, and helping to save lives. And you're doing exactly that by helping and also mentioning that. So Amulji, you have the most amazing person here, our Naveenji, our one and only Healing Our Earth Naveenji, who has been helping and supporting so many people to improve their health and wellness, etc. He's a very well-educated gentleman, has lots and lots of knowledge to support. So behind the scenes, somewhere along the lines, we will get you connected. And I am sure Naveenji's contribution to humanity will never be forgotten and also appreciated by everyone. Thank you, Naveenji. Thank you so much. Amolji, I am sorry, we are now coming to an end. We have our next guest coming on board very shortly. But whilst we have been chatting here and discussing your wonderful humanitarian work, we would like to say, please continue doing whatever you are doing. Let us know. Healing Our Earth is your family. We would like to support you in whichever way we can. Share your success stories, share whatever you would like to share. we will share that with the world as well. We will share that with the Healing Our Earth family and see whatever we can do, because each and every single one of us, we believe that we should be humanitarians. We need to do work for the humanity, and we need to work on improving lives of people around the world. So thank you, Amolji. Keep up the great work. And it looks like whilst I'm here, moving on to my next lovely guest, Rajni Shah, let me tell you a little bit about our future events that are coming up. There is one event that's happening on 27th of August, which is Wellbeing and Wellness, which is always for a happy, healthy, peaceful body and mind. So do tune in, because you will get a lot of fantastic contributors joining us and giving you tips on how to improve your health and wellness.
And Honey, going forward, this is the event where we are going to even let the globe know about our global Mauritius in-person summit with a conference, expo, retreat in Mauritius in April 2024. And on this episode, we are also going to promote USA, India with big conferences. So it's all to do with well-being and wellness, healthy lifestyle. So don't miss next week's episode, where I'll be announcing and granting positions to a lot of people, including our convener, our co-convener, and lots of people who are going to be involved. Over to you for the next episode.
Nilji, thank you so much. And of course, after our health and wellness, we have Janmashtami special, which is on Sunday, 3rd of September. Janmashtami is when we'll be celebrating our lovely birth of Krishnaji, a joyful devotional event where we will be embracing the divine melodies and, of course, sharing some really great stories about spiritual nature stories. This is again on 3rd of September, 2 p.m. on Healing Our Earth. Don't miss it. Janmashtami special. What an amazing event that's going to be. We then move on, of course, with our Ayurveda special, which is all about benefits of Ayurveda, again, to help you with your health, transforming your lives in a better way. And this is on 10th of September, 2023, of course, at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Make sure you write this down in your calendar. And of course, that day as well, we're going to have lots and lots of very good specialists who are all Ayurvedic specialists joining us to help you improve your lives in different areas, especially your health, of course. Now we move on, and we would like to say a very big global namaste to our guest contributor, Rajni Shah, all the way from India. A global namaste to you, Rajni ji.
Global namaste to all. Thank you for inviting me tonight.
Oh, thank you for coming and joining us. Let me share a little bit about you with our audience, because I know today you're going to be sharing with us about fostering life caring on Earth. And let me share with our wonderful audience members out there that Rajni Shah is a Deputy Director of the Inspiring Indian Women. This is Guwahati chapter. With a Global Advisory Chair position in Ishkama Global Change, she's a formidable force driving positive social change in all areas in the communities. Rajni also represents Kaushalya UK, a platform that empowers women through education. She's an educator who nurtures children with their overall development. That, again, is mind, body, soul. She's also a social activist who works for the upliftment of women. And she's also a YouTuber. Yes, she is a YouTuber, sharing her love for India through her channel called India in My Heart. What a lovely channel name that is as well. So wonderful. Isn't that great work that you're doing? So Rajni ji, first of all, tell us, what inspired you to start doing all of this work that you're doing?
Actually, I belong to a very middle-class family. You can say lower middle-class family. So I have seen the struggle since my childhood. I have seen my parents struggling for my education, for food, for the basic things. I was born with a golden spoon, but when the situation turned up, we have to leave our home and we have to leave our city. We have to shift in another city. And from there, the struggle started. But I have seen my parents never gave up. They always tried to give me the best they can provide out of their whatever they have. So continuing my studies, I have seen that people are struggling for education, for basic things like me. So that somewhere it hits my heart that one day I will do something for my society. And I
Oh,
always believe that whatever I have got today, the name, fame, whatever little I have got, but that I have got from my society. My society has always encouraged me to do something good. So that's why I'm here today.
you also have this lovely organization with Inspiring Indian Women, which is also based in UK, but it has different chapters you mentioned, right? And you're running one of the chapters as well. Can you tell us how did you get involved in Inspiring Indian Women? Because you seem to do a lot of work with women, right?
Yes. Inspiring Indian Women is a organization. It's a women-centric organization, and it has started in 2016 in UK, and 2017 it got registered. And during the lockdown, when the entire world is confined into their walls, I was scrolling my phone, and suddenly I saw that someone, till now I don't know the person, someone has added my number to the WhatsApp group. So generally, I used to quit. But when I saw that people are talking lot of positive things, like occasions, celebration, then womenhood, upliftment, that touches my heart. And I thought I should continue and see what they are doing. First, I have to see. And to my surprise, during lockdown, because you know the most of the people are suffering from financial crisis, so I am also one of them. But thankfully, I got two students from UK who showed interest in learning Hindi, and then I taught them for 3 months, and that's how I slowly I got involved. And then I communicated with Rashmi Mishra, the CEO of Inspiring Indian Women, and now we became family. So last year I have joined it as a deputy director in the month of August, and I have completed 1 year with IIW, and we are working and works are going on.
That's brilliant. And you're the humanitarian work that you're doing at the moment. Can you share, first of all, we are celebrating Humanitarian Day here on Healing Our Earth. We're celebrating you, each one of you who are contributors from around the world, who are doing such amazing work. We're just highlighting these stories. We're highlighting the kind of work that's taking place around the world, because Healing Our Earth is all about inspiring others to do the same. So tell us a little bit about what kind of humanitarian work are you involved in? What is the kind of things you're doing, and what kind of impact changes is it creating?
Rashmi ma'am has always taught us that no work is small. Whatever you can contribute, it can bring a big change. So considering that, first I have started with the street children. On 15th August 2022, we have celebrated with the kids who are residing near the streets, and I personally gifted them some stationaries, because I think that education is the power of any development. It is the base. Without education, development is not possible. So along with cake cutting, I have also distributed some stationery items, and I have inspired them, encouraged them that education is important and they should seek education. After that, slowly, I got involved with some women also who are showing interest in learning many things like hygiene, understanding the empowerment, and also what women can contribute to the society, because you will be knowing that it is very, very difficult to motivate them who are living under poverty line. They think that this is their destiny and they should live in that way, and they will die one day. But this is not true. We have exceptional examples who have created history coming from the slum areas. So I tried to make them understand that whatever life you have got, it's no, it's maybe because your condition is not good, but it is not true that you will keep on living in this condition for a longer time. And at least you can give education to your children, because whatever you are earning, it's because of their future. So to my surprise, now I got so many response. Even the women who are the rag pickers and the bottle collectors, the plastic collectors, you will not believe, they used to call me, they used to take my number from somewhere, they used to call me and ask me, when are you coming to teach my children? So we don't have a proper infrastructure, so I'm working for that, to at least give provide a shade where I can take the children and at least give them the minimum education. So I'm struggling for that. I'm looking for the good space where the noise is less, where we can give them good education.
Yes, absolutely. So from here, what I can understand is you're doing a lot of work with children, but through trying to encourage young children to become educated and supporting them by giving them little gifts like stationery gifts and things like that to encourage them, you know, to do more writing, to read more, etc. Very nice, very, very, and I love education. It's one of my favorite areas. I also believe it's a strong foundation and a great gift that you can give, you know, to our future leaders. But you know, and you also spoke about this women's side. So how difficult is it? Because I can understand it must be really difficult to change someone's mindset, because someone who's lived in a particular environment all their lives, they can't see something outside, you know, that bubble, that I can achieve, I can do this, I can make a difference, you know, I can get out of this financial challenging time. How do you help to shift people's mindset, especially the women? How do you help them to do that?
One thing I have seen, that most of the women want to come out of their shell because their husbands are not good. They are mostly addicted, and they used to hit their wives and don't allow their children to get education. In fact, they want their children to work and bring money for them so that they can spend the money in their addiction. So women's though it is tough, but when I have explained them the life you got, do you want to give the same life to your daughter or your son? Do you want your son or daughter to get married to an addicted person, or your son to become addicted? Then they say it is not, we don't want, but what we can do? Then I explain them that I can help you. It is just you who have to come out, and I'm there with you. So when I convince them with these words, they feel really motivated, and they also cooperate me to do the work. So this is how it became easy. Now
That's
women
beautiful. Now what are you doing? Because you mentioned as well that help them see, you know, that this is not the life that you need to lead. And of course, I'm very much against the domestic abuse and, you know, addictions and things, because if somebody has an addictive behavior and somebody is causing domestic issues, you know, in life, you are actually destroying other people's lives, and nobody has the right to do that, you know. So I can understand. So how can we prevent this? So you're doing your humanitarian work in society with people, supporting. What are your aims? What are you going to be doing in the future? Like, what are you looking to do now?
Before giving the answer to your question, I would like to add one little thing. IIW is not all about offline or in physical work. We do lots of virtual events to create awareness, because a right education in the right time also can help many people. So through our virtual platform, we are trying to educate people in many ways. Along with that, coming to your question, my dream project, I don't plan really, but I follow God's instruction. And of course, Rashmi ma'am is there to guide. But yes, we have plans. We are trying to, as I have told earlier, that we are trying to find a place where we can give education to the children, because it is very, very important to give them education. if we have to bring them from their old life. After that, we are also trying to empower women, those who are thinking that what we can do. So we have plans. It will depend with time, but we have plans to empower women by teaching them some skills and empowering them to earn their own bread.
Oh, I understand. Very nice. So you're doing maybe micro loans or helping to set up their businesses. Maybe if they're very good at painting, to help them to set up some business or something to help them earn their own. That's really beautiful. That's really good. Let me see if I can ask and invite Nishit. Nishit Kotak is one of our technical directors. He is amazing, and I would love to find out from him what his views are and if he has any questions. So, Global Namaste, Nishit ji. Hello.
Global Namaste. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have a wonderful Rajniji with us here today, and we're discussing, and I know you were listening very intently, about women empowerment and educating children. What are your thoughts, and do you have any question that you would like to ask Rajniji, or any comments you would like to make?
Yep, just wanted to say welcome to the show. I met Rashmi just on Friday as well. We were just having a chat about her project as well. It's good to see somebody who's connected with her here on the show as well. And I love the fact that you're empowering women. I think as we've seen, traditionally, many places around the world used to be a patriarchal society. The men used to go out and earn, the women used to look after the house. But that role, those traditional roles are now going away. And, I think it is time for women to be empowered to do their bit in life. And the fact that education comes in is the stepping stone for that empowerment. So it's very clear that a great education is a solid foundation to changing the lives of people around the world.
It's very true, isn't it, Nishitji? And also, when we normally say being a humanitarian means helping people, who are suffering or saving lives in any place in the world. And here it's India. And it also is becoming a little bit more responsible about each one of us is responsible to support others as well, to make our society a better society, isn't it? And also being conscious, I think, of what are the circumstances of people's lives, to be able to feel, through such a tough time, how do I help this person? So I think in order to be a good humanitarian, you need to be able to also feel what other people are feeling and try to help them come out of those challenging circumstances. What else would you say, Nishitji? If we talked about Rajniji with what she's talking about, is there any ways that she could help, she could do more of what she's doing? Any ideas?
Yep. So maybe you can consider some form of online education as well. I know some of the YouTube channels for educational purposes in India are doing phenomenally well, very, very well, actually. I learn from many of these myself, and I find them to be a wonderful resource. And that may be a way for you to maybe not teach everybody exactly what you're doing, but a way for you to raise awareness about what you do. So to put it into context, I've been working with another organization, you can say educating people on Hinduism for about 4 to 5 years, right? When we started, we had maybe about 2,500 views every 48 hours on our channel. But just this month alone, one video went viral, had 1.2 million views. Another 4 or 5 videos together had over 1 million views. And in total, I've just checked the channel at 3 million views. Now,
wow.
that means that somebody is resonating with the public, whatever your content is. For some reason, it's got a lot of views. So you never know what can happen, how many lives you can touch. And the best part is that it's all free. So you can go on YouTube, set up a channel, and just raise awareness about what you're doing, and maybe also find other people that can do what you're doing. So you can have multiple people across India sharing that same vision.
Oh, that's so brilliant. That's amazing. I think that what I need to do is maybe also invite Mala along, because Nishit has a fantastic, I mean, congratulations, by the way, with the 3 million views and all that. It's great. I've been part of that journey as well, and I've seen how it's grown. And it's incredible that there are so many people around the world interested. So Rajniji, you know, even when I saw Nishit ji starting this whole thing, it was a smaller audience members, and then suddenly there's millions. So I'm sure in the future you'll be able to educate many more women around the world, etc. So best of luck for that, and good tips there. Mala, you have your hand raised here. What did you want to contribute? What did you want to ask?
Very interesting. Rajni, you brought up the subjects about oppression, suppression, you know, being a mother, and probably marrying the wrong person due to cultural belief systems and society. I was going to ask you, in a community setting, you raised the main topic about education. Do you do anything practical? Because I work with lots of women. And during the pandemic, a lot was born out of this, where women were stuck with their husbands and they realized they weren't doing anything in their homes. And that a lot of domestic abuse came out of that, you know, trying to stay in the same place and identifying. Wow. So my quick question to you is, my apologies, a funny phone goes off. Sorry about that. My question to you is, do you have community settings? Do you get people on practical activities to get their self-esteem and raise their confidence and break that fear, the barriers of fear, because it's a lot of fear if you think about. So
really good point question there, Mala. I love this question. So Rajniji, so in other words as well, you know, like Mala's asking as well that, you know, do you organize any events where you can put women together? You help to raise their confidence, help to break those, you know, those self-esteem issues, because if you don't have much self-esteem or self-confidence, then you don't feel that you'll be able to do something. So do you do any kind of group setting programs for women?
Recently, we have started a program under Kaushalya UK. It is also a organization based in UK, and I'm the representative of it. The CEO is Ritu Sharma. So under her guidance, we have started a program where we are educating women about stitching. So we are enhancing her skills in stitching, and recently she has completed her 2 months course, and last month is going on. So after that, we will be providing her a machine, sewing machine, so that she can earn her own bread. What I personally believe is we can't help people all the time. So it is very, very important that to teach people how to make the fish. Once they will learn how to make the fish, then they can carry out throughout their life. So what I believe is instead of giving them fish all the time, let us teach them how to make the fish. Then it will be more fruitful for the society.
Yes, very nice, very nice. Because when by giving them little micro loans, maybe, or micro to help them set up their own businesses, then it's not just, oh, here's food for 2 days, you know, it's like you can now earn money for the rest of your life. So which is absolutely wonderful. Mala, thank you as well for this really great question. And what a lovely question there as well. Nishitji, thank you for your contribution. I just wanted to say, so to close up this particular interview here at this moment, I would love to perhaps ask one last question here to all of you, maybe if you could suggest, how would you describe a humanitarian person? Because there are so many people out there, they don't even realize they're such humanitarian people, you know, like they're doing great work out there. I personally think, you know, a humanitarian is somebody who always expresses concern, you know, for the others, especially supporting human welfare. This could be things like, I don't know, helping people with to feed people. If you have water shortage, to help people with water, malnutrition, you have environmental disasters, maybe you have sometimes political unrest as well. Sometimes people have healthcare emergencies, all sorts of different things that take place in people's lives. But a humanitarian is somebody who goes in there and supports and gets somebody out of that situation, supports them and helps them to move into something more positive. What is your thing? So Nishit, starting from you, what is your understanding of being a humanitarian?
Absolutely. So I think a humanitarian is somebody who's able to understand the struggle, the loss, the pain, and the fear that people have during a certain crisis. And it doesn't even have to be a crisis. It can be something low level, like what Rajniji was talking about. Not necessarily like a typhoon or an avalanche or some disaster has happened, but it's just anybody who can help understand what people are going through at a time and help them bridge from where they are to where they can be in a better place.
Absolutely. No, that's beautiful. I love that. That's very nice. Amala, what about you? Any comment from your side?
Yes. Humanitarian work is about an instant reaction and selflessness. And it's not only when there's an emergency response in terms of a crisis, national crisis, it's giving that time instantaneously when someone needs your help, no matter what the circumstances, you drop everything and you're there. And if you can't do it because of your time or whatever, you'll go that extra mile to get people to help that person. And that is selflessness. And it's the deep compassion to respond to somebody's needs. It may not be their like practical needs, it could be an emotional need or response, to be anything.
Absolutely. What a beautiful, I love that. Very nice comment, definitely. And selflessness, and this is what everybody's about on Healing Our Earth. Every single contributor that comes, they selflessly give their knowledge, their skills, their talents to the world. And every single volunteer who's here, every single host and technical team members around in the background, working in the background, each one of them volunteering their time because this is what they wish to do, is to help improve humanity, support humanity, and just contribute to humanity in whichever way they can. Thank you, Nishit ji. Thank you, Mala ji, as well, for joining us here with your contributions. And Rajni ji, it looks like we would be now moving on to our next host, who's going to be taking over in a minute. And before I ask her to take over, let me see if Sharon can pop in and share what her thoughts are before we say bye-bye to you, Rajni ji. So hello and a global namaste, gorgeous Sharon, all the way from USA. You need to unmute, my dear. A global namaste.
Okay. Global namaste to you.
Yes, you look so beautiful. Look at this, from one end of the spectrum, India, going all the way to USA, two incredible women, one helping the education sector and helping community, women in the communities, and one over here, Sharon, all the way using her creativity, her beautiful spirit to make a difference to people around the world. Tell me, Sharon, what did you think of Rajniji before we say bye-bye to her? Is there any questions, any comments that you would like to finish off with? With the work that Inspiring Indian Women is doing, as well as the kind of work that wonderful leaders like Rajni Shah, are doing in the communities.
Well, I have Hannah Strong on as my second guest, who has been doing foundation work all over the world for ever. And she's a bit frustrated about the fact that it's very hard to find funding. They would rather go to use the money and go to the moon and, buy a big cruise ship. How have you found that situation?
So, Rajni, yeah, so what has it been like trying to raise your funds, to do the kind of work that you're doing? What kind of challenges have you received, or has it been easy? What has it been like for you?
Basically, now as I'm doing very ground level work, so I'm not asking for funds. But yes, Rashmi Mishra has helped me always. During Diwali, we have distributed some medical kits, emergency kits to some of the people who really need it. Then at the time, I got funds from Rashmi Mishra. And the sewing machine and the training sector that I have discussed earlier was funded by Kaushalya UK. And basically, whatever I'm doing, it's from my own expenses. But yes, definitely, it is a hard challenging because I am the sole bread earner of my family, and I have responsibilities. But what I feel is, if I will give someone, God will give me. So that, with that thinking, I never regret of spending money, because I think God is always there with me, and she will take care of everything. So
Very good place yes. That is a very good place to finish off. Maybe you want to finish that sentence off there, but that's a very good place for everybody to understand that what you give will comes back to you anyway. If you give without expectation, you know it doesn't really matter, because there is a law of cause and effect and law of karma that is working in our universe. So yeah, sorry, did you want to finish that last sentence before I let Sharon take over?
Yeah. So with this thinking, I used to spend, and I'm happy. Whatever I'm doing, it is giving me a mental peace. I can sleep properly, though I sleep only for 4 hours in a day. But whenever I sleep peacefully, and I'm happy in my life.
With that, I'm sure everybody else will be sleeping peacefully. I would like to say to everybody, please, when you go to and sleep peacefully, dream about how you can make this world a better place, and also then take action in real life and go out there practically and make this world a better place. Thank you, Rajniji. Thank you very much. I would like to say global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us here today, and keep the great work up. And we pass on all our positive energy to you, so you can continue doing more and more of the great work that you're doing. And with that, I'd like to just say that we're moving all the way to USA. We have this really charming gentleman sitting there. Very shortly, you'll be hearing a little bit more about cultivating our common humanity through the arts, which I'm so excited to hear about, with Michael De Martino. But before then, I would like to say a global namaste again to Sharon. Sharon, let me do an introduction so that I can let you take over. Sharon is our next host, all the way, and our coordinator in USA, who's now joining us. She has a few more guests who are also doing incredible work in the community and for this world, to help to raise consciousness levels of humanity and to help make this world a better place. Sharon herself, as Sharon Rose, is a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress in Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, and natural healing. She's also the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has also lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, which is a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. And she's also completing currently a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. And you really need to listen to this music because it's really beautiful. So, dear Sharon, with that, I would like to say, I'd like you to take over. And Michael, sorry, and I would also say, Michael, welcome to our Healing Our Earth. I'll leave you in good hands with Sharon, and let me hear what you have to say about how you use creative arts to make a difference in people's lives. I'm really looking forward to that. Sharon, all yours, and a global namaste to all our Healing Our Earth viewers out there from Honey Kalaria here.
Thank you so much, Honey. As always, it's such a pleasure to be with you all, and I'm excited to bring my two guests today. Michael De Martino, all of you know that I'm a Kathak dancer as well, and world dancer, and lived with the great Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak, and worked in schools for many years in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, and that experience of bringing world culture to the children was profound. They, you know, New York is filled with the world, yet they're stuck kind of in a, you know, what they're putting out in the media these days. Of course, not healing our earth. We're putting out really beautiful things. And so it was just such a joy to bring the music, the dance, and the stories of all different traditions, including, of course, the Hindu tradition and the Muslim tradition. So we had Sufi stories, we had the Ramayana, we had Shiva, we had Durga. Of course, everybody wants to play the demons for some reason. But we really worked wonders through the arts, and that is a real, to me, humanitarian endeavor, to bring the beauty of music. And especially someone like Michael, who, like me, is plays drumming and flute and many instruments from many different cultures. And so I'd like to introduce him to you. Michael DiMartino, Golden Road Productions, is an interfaith minister, educator, producer, and musician. In the last 4 years, Michael has focused specifically on community building and educating people on community resilience, full spectrum regenerative design, and social permaculture. Oh, that's a very interesting concept. Social permaculture. So
we're still on.
We're still on. I don't know. It looks like they have honey.
I think her audio's on.
Sharon, you're very much on still. Please carry on. It was a wonderful introduction to Michael.
Okay.
Thank you. So global namaste. And it's very auspicious to be here with Sharon Rose on World Humanitarian Day. I deeply and graciously appreciate the opportunity just to share some personal experience and to stimulate the unified field for more discourse and more looking into human potential. So I would like to, at the end, briefly talk about social permaculture, because I think part of humanitarianism is very much based on our ability to collaborate and work together. If you look at a garden like agricultural permaculture, if you look at a garden, typically all of the elements work together and collaborate and support each other. The soil, the larger trees shading the plants that don't want direct sun, some plants that will be giving off carbon, others that receive it. And really all of these complex relationships that are symbiotic and really support each other. So I think that's a big part of, as Sharon was saying, with humanitarianism, because we have to find the ability to work together. So it's a very complex topic, but I want to kind of just break it down, because in humanitarianism, we have, of course, human beings at the center. But with human beings, we have the spiritual, the mental, the physical, and also the emotional aspects. And I know many people work on very different dimensions, working to cultivate humanitarianism and human potential. And of course, we're going to talk specifically about the arts, but I would like to mention that as kind of a formula. I know many people that do counseling work and work with people on the mental body. I know other people, Sharon and myself, we work with the arts to enhance quality of life. And also there's an aspect of that with dance and movement and sound that's embodying, whether it's frequency or movement dance, whether we're embodying in dance certain deities. But we also have the emotional aspect of humanitarianism. So for me, a big part of it is we look at that, but we also look at generational differences too. We have children, teenagers, we have adolescents, adults, and we also have elders. So I say this because in Ayurvedic medicine, it's very important to look at the individual conditions and to be able to meet people or work with the condition that they are in as far as their perception and perspective. If we just come from our approach, sometimes it might be like trying to put a square peg into a round hole. So part of humanitarianism, I feel, is being able to be empathic, to be able to be intuitive, and also to meet people where they are, whether those are generational, gender, or cultural differences. And that's why I love the arts. That's why I love working with Sharon, because it's a universal language, I feel, that transcends a lot of these differences. Add something to that?
Well, let's give them an example. So,
okay, so in our affirmation and initiation and invocation of World Humanitarian Day, I'm just going to ask everyone to take a moment to breathe slower and deeper, to be more present and aware, to be here now, and to really bring our experience to our heart right now. Of course, we've found through HeartMath Institute, Greg Braden, and a lot of research that the intelligence of the heart is about 10,000 times more omnipotent and omniscient and powerful. That magnetic human energy, that bioforce, is far more powerful than just the brain. And the brain is a good filter, but nonetheless, when we're sitting in the lotus flower of our heart, it enables us to really connect with something much larger than ourselves. So I'm just going to share music for a moment, and I just want to invite everyone to drop in as we connect our consciousnesses and fields here and around the world for World Humanitarian Day.
beautiful, beautiful. So when you bring people together, and what he's doing here is wonderful. I've been waiting 10 years in Crestone for someone like Michael to appear, who really is an excellent musician, but also really has a very open heart and is also a promoter and loves bringing people together. So tell us about some of your experiences in this world of humanitarianism.
Thank you. Well, a lot of it started with first my experience with music and hearing music from being, of course, being the first rhythm of being in our mother's womb and the heartbeat. The music I was exposed to here in the United States wasn't necessarily spiritual based. We have commercial music, and it's very much attached to a narrative and a culture of commercialism. But as I got older, I was exposed to drumming. Then drumming kind of opened up the door for me to learn more about drumming traditions. And through that interest, it brought me to many places and many cultures around the world, from South America and Brazil to Central America, Cuba, our Native American indigenous cultures here in what we call Turtle Island in indigenous ways, North America, also to Morocco and Egypt, the Middle East, and even a lot of the rich music of European traditions, and then exposure, even though I hadn't been there in this incarnation, the music of Asia and India. And then what's fascinating is music is not only a universal language, but it serves very specific functions. We have social music, right? We get together just to have a good time, to build community. We have folk music, which tells very specific and intricate stories. And then we have spiritual or secular music, which is usually accompanying with a very focused intention. As a musicologist, I started to study these things, and I realized that, music is not something we just watch. It's not something you go and see someone perform, but it's something, and it can be that, but involves the whole community. It's a collective experience that people have, and it takes us to this transcendent space.
Well, it's interesting when you think about these events, like when they put out "We Are the World." When humanitarians often, when they want to really make a difference, bring it out to the world, what do? They write a song. They use music. Oh, namaste, namaste, Wai Ching. It's so nice to have you with us. And Cindy Tate, too. It's so nice to see you here. So the power of music and story, I think music and story woven together.
And dance.
Oh, no. Well, dance and story to me are part of the same thing as a Kathak dancer in the tradition of the Benares Gharana. It was all about, embodying the stories. And it's interesting, yesterday we had some kirtan, amazing kirtan singers here at the ashram in Crestone, Colorado. And what I find fascinating is that the music was extraordinary, the singer was extraordinary, but they don't tell you generally who you're singing to or the story that you're, of these deities. So we're singing to Ram, or we're singing to Krishna, or we're singing to Durga, but many people don't even know. I mean, the music itself, the rhythm and the melodies just carry you away, especially this call and response chanting, which I found children loved when we were in schools. They loved that. They loved the rhythm. They loved clapping the rhythm and singing the rhythms. And but we need the stories. And I think it's the stories that weave the world together, because that's what we've been looking at for a long time as artists. What do we have in common? What are these common threads musically? Like, for example, if you speak for me a basic African rhythm.
Okay. Goon go, goon pop, pop, pop. Goon go, pop, 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 pop.
Goon go,
go, go. Goon go, pop, 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 pop. Goon go,
taki to dinner, taki to dinner, taki to dinner, 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 taki to dinner, 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 taki to dinner, taki to dinner, taki to dinner. See, this is one of the ways we bring the world together. We bring community. And I can tell you that from many years of experience, that people come in and they have all their problems and they bring them with them. As soon as we go into this, right?
Yeah.
They're gone. They're totally music, rhythm, movement focuses the brain, focuses your attention in a really beautiful way. And it's one of the things that I love so much about the Indian arts and the Middle Eastern arts and the African, all of them. The rhythm, the power of rhythm to bring people together.
And with that, it's very interesting because also science has proven the positive effects of music on brain development. And I also work with music therapy, and we find with music therapy and that what happens, especially with rhythm, that we get entrainment, that the left and right hemispheres of the brain actually will connect the analytical and the creative, and actually bring people to a state of consciousness that maybe some people attain through meditation or different practices, but it enables it very quickly and accessible to a person without necessarily any training. And of course, now we see so many people are doing sound healing and immersive sound baths and crystal bowls and experiences. So again, these frequencies do something that really transcends even science and our understanding. It's really something mystic and spiritual.
Well, it's interesting you bring up healing, because we're here at Healing Our Earth, and isn't that what we need? And we have two tremendous, amazing, talented, and so much more healers right here with us. Cindy Tate, who lives here in Crestone, and Wai Ching, who's our roving ambassador, who lives our life bringing her powers, her beauty, her grace throughout the world. So would you like to comment or have a question for Michael? I'll start with Cindy.
Global Namaste. What I love about the rhythm and the music is that it stops the conversation that you have in your head, and you move into the rhythm and the music, and it becomes the language of your heart. It's said that by heart math that 60 seconds of drumming puts you in your heart. And that's extraordinary. And it's so fast. It's so easy. And there's no conversation. You don't have to talk anybody into anything.
Why
so
change?
Yeah, follow up with Cindy saying about the heart. That's exactly what I was thinking, how the rhythm of the heart is so basic to us. And like with the Heart Math Institute, what they've done in the research they've done, how it goes out when we have an intention, how it really goes out into the field for the healing and how it really works. And then when we align ourselves to the rhythm of the heart and the frequency of the heart, 432 hertz, for example, and then we can really send that out and really make a change in the field and in the reality, right? We can create it with our minds. So that is really so powerful as who we are as transmitters, transducers of energies, and to be clear about how we speak, how we sing, how we dance, the reality into life. And that is so exciting to know that we are so powerful that way, even when we are playing. And when we do aesthetic dance, which I organize, right? And that, while we're doing that, that something magical is happening in the world. Yes, just like the butterfly wings. And it's like just knowing that, it's just so assuring that in this world of chaos and suffering and all that, that we are actually doing magic. So that's what I really love about the work that we all do together here. And Michael too. I mean, just as you were sounding the rhythm, I just can't help moving. So you just took me out of like, woo, okay, now we are in the flow. It's so much fun. Thank you so much. And, for doing the humanitarian work through the arts. That is so important. And really getting us in touch with our feelings at this time. So thank you.
Thank you
so very much.
And it's such an auspicious time because recently, with the reopening of many places since the 4 years of the pandemic, we've been actually having a weekly music circle at White Jewel Mountain, which is a Dharma center. And it's amazing to be able to do this type of work in a sanctified space that has a history of intention and dharmic practice. So that's been a real amazing blessing. And it's fascinating because some of the work I've been doing, like sharing in schools, has not been just this activation of the heart. And I love working with children. And one of my favorite things to do also when, before my mother passed, she was in assisted living, we would go in and do music. And then the managers would like, you're going to come in and do drumming with 80, 90-year-old people. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to do that. And they're like, okay. But it was fascinating to see some of these people who have lost some of their independence, mobility, or even memory drop in immediately to this entrainment and to this connection, see them just light up. But there's a lot of other fascinating aspects to working with music. Of course, there's self-esteem development. There's empowerment, like giving, like, I'm not a musician, I can't touch that. It's like, well, you know, we're not doing a concert at Carnegie Hall. We're just doing music as a, like Cindy was saying, as a form of nonverbal expression. You know, we get so in our heads with these concepts and perceptions of everything, but when we use music as a vehicle for nonverbal communication, some amazing things happen. But also it's a great way with rhythm to do team building, to bring people together. And, you know, if I'm going to be the loudest drummer, I'm not hearing anybody. Or if I'm a soft drummer in back, like, no one wants to hear what I say. But in these rhythm circles, the idea is we sit in a circle because everyone has a voice, everyone has a soul, and everyone has something valid to contribute, even if it's just a shaker once in a while. So it's fascinating to be able to facilitate these experiences so that people can, even for those few moments, find a moment of harmony and collaboration. And also, you know, there's all these aspects that bring things in. It really goes beyond words. The other thing I want to say about music and humanitarianism goes to what Sharon was saying about the interview later with Hannah. As an artist and as humanitarianism, as our focus today, and as we share this, it also becomes interwoven with other concepts of, like, you know, being more of a Taoist or a pacifist, or should I be more of an advocate? Do I need to be more out there? You know, if we look at like some of the Nag Babas and Lamas or people that have been in retreat, they're holding a certain frequency, and they're playing their role within the full spectrum of reality. But other peoples are advocates. They're very proactive out there, dancing, producing events, and trying to, let's say, kind of just be in the wheel of samsara, or the trench of the human condition, trying to elevate things. But then there's also another harmonic of that. And again, as Sharon was saying, here in America, we live in such a misguided military industrial complex. So how do we, as artists trying to cultivate humanitarianism, how do we approach that and work with that, you know, not like against it, but how do we help transform some of that as what I would call more as activists, or like or earth stewards, being even more proactive, not just to hold something, but to transform things. So I want to put that out as a potential place of discourse.
It's interesting because this is a wonderful segue into the video I've done, the interview with Hannah Strong. Her whole mission has been the Earth Restoration Corps, which you'll be hearing about. But before we go, I know Mala had a question.
Yeah, namaste. Across the pond as well. Lovely. Michael, I love it. The only problem I got, and I'm upset, I was dancing behind the scenes to your beautiful drumming, and then you stopped. So maybe later on, you tempt us.
Maybe when we close.
Absolutely. Quick question, Michael, and to all of you, Sharon, Cindy, even Wei-Ching. I was thinking about it. You had some beautiful, some very knowledgeable points on well-being, but during the pandemic and just post-pandemic, a lot of people, especially young people, have been going through anxiety. Lots of people across the globe. I'm hearing this a lot. And health shops are really busy with people coming in for alternative medicines, etc. How could music help us reduce this level of unnecessary anxiety?
That is such a provocative question statement. I've always said that music is medicine. So in the Vedic traditions, we have what's called nada yoga, because nada means the voice. So there is a very ancient tradition of how we use rhythm, sound, melodies, and even certain keys to approach people to help them transmutate some of that. We live in a world of so much PTSD right now. We all have trauma from the moment we're birthed through our adolescence, maybe through relationships, all of these things. So I have in a humble way tried to understand these ancient traditions and apply that into a contemporary way to help bring people. But music is a medicine, absolutely. And how I do it is I do again programs publicly, and then if people find some value in that, it allows the opportunity for a deeper drop.
Yes, I'd like to ask Cindy and Wai Ching to comment on this because they're both very experienced healers.
Well, for me, during the lockdown, which I call cocooning, I was singing to my clients in light languages and soul songs, and during the sessions, and that was really soothing for them. And also, my crystal ball didn't translate very well over the Zoom because, the sound is distorted. And so, just did a little bit of it, like some of the hitting notes, and then I left it at that and then went into the other aspects, and it was soothing for them. And I think very important thing is in healing is also listening in the silent moments of the soul to the heartbeat, as we were saying earlier. Because I remember one of my first experiences in the healing was listening to heartbeat, the pulsing of a heartbeat at John Bradshaw's workshop. He was playing the heartbeat to 1,000 people. And this was to take them back into the inner child healing and to some sense of innocence. And it was so powerful that to go through the whole trauma and PTSD work, which Cindy and I are doing, that it is essential to take people back to listening to their heart and to their soul. So it's quiet enough to listen.
I didn't have music as my vehicle. I used color. I gave homework that when you had a thought or a fear or an anxiety, that you put color on it. And I had people with extreme depression and all kinds of anxiety, and the colors worked quite well. They would put color on each emotion, and they found that they no longer had those emotions coming up so much. And if they did, they immediately put a color on it, the color of their choice, which might be different every day.
Mm-hmm. If I may add on to that, this is all part of vibrational medicine, the color, the sound, and also the scent. So using essential oils was so important because it goes straight to the limbic brain. And then there's the uplifting sense of using peppermint or lavender or rose, whatever it might be. So scent is really important too, Mala, in healing of trauma, and it's soothing, right? Or stimulating. So I think that's why eating good food is also so happiness giving. You Mala and I are in London, and we've enjoyed certain foods together, haven't we? Oh yes. So it's so important, especially with the spice of Indian food, right? And so it's so important that we use our senses as humans, and that's why I love this humanitarian work. It's really going back to the basics of who we are, of being colors and sound and light. And so that's who we are. So if we can remember to just that we are all that, and then we can just bring up all the best of our capabilities, then we heal.
Interesting point. Just listening to all of you, I thought of another tip. Just by listening to you, it's about being around people that are very positive and have a positive impact. And I've listened to all of you, and I just thought, now that is so positive. And if I'm assuming, imagine I'm in that frame, I'd feel good, because all of you brought this most beautiful natural aspects of life, and it's giving and loving, and that's humanitarian right here on the show.
That's right, being human. Yeah. And we have a few giggles, Mala and I. Remember?
And the other point is nature. I always recommended for people to go out and sit with a tree or sit with the flowers and imagine, you know, how beautiful everything around the earth is, and use beauty as part of their healing.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate what Cindy said, because if we look back into the ancient teachings, this is really the roots of Tantra. And I know here in the West, Tantra has kind of taken on this relationship, sexual aspect.
Yeah.
Before that, if we look at Tantra and how we decide to use our senses as not trappings of our human condition in this 3D world, but we use these as ways to experience our senses of liberation, of taste, of smell, what we see, what we hear, and what we feel, and creating these very unique, intentional, alchemaic experiences to bring people into that more expanded sense. And I love what Cindy said about using color. And I want to propose, I'm not sure how far we are till the end, but towards the end, when I do the music, I would love to hear some of your light language accompanying the handpan music, and whoever else would like to tone in. But again, I don't want to just be so sound and music centric, but I did want to acknowledge the true tantric path of liberation.
Yes. And I see that Lee Torsha has joined us. So I'd like to bring her in before we go to Hannah. And she has her tanpura with her. She's there from New York. Last night she went to a concert with Zakir Hussain and John McLaughlin in New York City. Global Namaste, Lee.
Global Namaste.
Turn on your sound. No, we're not hearing you.
It's the sound of one hand clapping.
Is that better?
Sign language. You do it.
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, that was a wonderful concert last night with everybody. And Amalia, you mentioned 432 as the heart. And Cindy, you were talking about the heart. And as you, Michael and Sharon. So here we go, this May.
She's
We can't
muted.
hear.
Yeah, that's.
But she didn't touch the key. So
Oh dear.
it's the mic.
It's probably just me. I'm sorry. I was not. I didn't get.
Just to
It's
say,
okay now.
Sometimes on Zoom, there's a setting that it cancels out background sound for speaking. I did a concert recently and no one could hear what I was doing because the Zoom audio configurations only allowed vocals and not music, what they would consider background sound.
I see. That's why the chalice didn't come through either. Then
I turned up the output. Let's see if this is any better. No better? No?
No.
Okay, well, this is Sharon. This is why I tell you, I have to get my studio set up for you. I was just going to try this, but I'm getting my camera and my microphone and my area set up for Sharon to do a little Zoom at some point. But
well, while we have you, I know that you are very concerned with the environment.
Oh, God,
And
yes.
also you have done work with children as well.
Not anywhere near what you've done, my dear. I have, as you know, I was, well, she knows, but you guys don't. I was able to videotape her shows in New York, and she and your friend's name, your Ramses.
Oh, Ramsey.
Ramses.
Yes, my dance and music partner.
They did this around the world with costumes, and the kids got to see all these different things. And I keep saying to Sharon, please put the rhythms on video, because I want you to have that available for children. You know, you should get her, Michael, you too. Just get the simple rhythms. They start with ta, taka, takati, takatita, takata, taki, you know, so get that going, Michael.
Now I have something to do in Crestone besides watching clouds move across an empty sky and fire pujas. So thank you.
Oh, well, you know, that's also wonderful.
Well, I'm going to go to this video. It's very, you know, Hannah Strong has been in the environmental movement and has the Manitou Foundation. And this is her life. This has been her life. And so I asked her about her experiences. And so I'm going to play this for you. And then I'm sure you're going to have comments. So tell me, in your opinion, what does it mean to be humanitarian?
It means, according to what I've learned, that you absolutely are generous, compassionate, and you want to help humanity rise up. And, you know, I mean, it's like you have to go beyond your own selfish interest. And a real humanitarian puts other people's interests before themselves. And, but compassion, love, if you don't have that, how can you be a humanitarian? Bottom line.
I know you've done a lot of work in this field. Tell us a little about some of the experiences you've had.
I have always tried to concentrate on young people. You know, young people are the ones we're leaving with an absolute dire mess. So in '73, I started the first foundation in Africa, private foundation, where we taught street children, you know, little kids, bigger kids, how to plant trees. So that was the beginning of the Earth Restoration Corps, where we trained later on thousands of young people how to restore nature, but first, how to restore their own spirit. So we took them on vision quest, we taught them Qigong, we taught them, you know, we took them to all kinds of Qigong masters. We took them on pilgrimages so they could get a reverence, not only for Mother Earth, but the other life-giving elements. You know, if we don't have the element of water, the element of air, the element of fire, and Mother Nature, the element of earth, none of us would be alive. With even one of these elements missing, we wouldn't be alive. So, you know, to be thankful for life and the four life giving elements. And this is why we took them on the vision quest, so they could connect to the elements. Because unless you're connected to the elements, there is no way you can restore any of it. You know, we have polluted not only the air, but the atmosphere. The oceans are so severely polluted that in many places, you can't even swim in it anymore. Like in Florida, Gulf of Mexico. I mean, now this pollution has moved all the way up the East Coast, and it's all along the West Coast. I mean, you know, people are being warned, do not go in the water. So, working with young people and climate change, putting the two together, I think that's the most important thing you can do in this day and age. And these young people, you know, huge corporations now are making oodles of money, you know, with their restoration work. I mean, they're the one that cost it, and then we pay them to clean it up. So we want paying jobs for young people. They shouldn't just be doing it, you know, it should be a real livelihood for them. And, you know, this is what we taught on the Earth's Restoration Corps. How do you restore the soils? How do you set up organic farming? How do you clean up the waters? How do you use benign energy systems? And, you know, we had teachers that taught them how to build a sustainable house. So all the kids had to get together to build this sustainable house. So anyway, I think that's one of my favorite humanitarian, but environmentally projects that I'm kind of proud of. And of course, you're not supposed to have pride. So anyway, I'm still proud of it.
I think that the project of Crestone itself, in some ways, is a humanitarian experiment.
It is an experiment, and you know, we've had a lot of successes, and you know, we've influenced a lot of people. And you know, Lawrence Rockefeller, you know, who spent $6 million here, only spent it because he thought that what was happening here was going to change the paradigm of the direction of the United States. That's why he spent the money here. And, you know, before COVID, we took in, according to the county, about 20,000 visitors came every year. And a lot of them came on retreat and, you know, to experience the energy of this place.
My understanding is that you wanted to do this kind of experiment to bring the world's religions together here.
It's not an experiment. It's actually a prophecy. It's a Hopi prophecy that all the traditions of the world would come together on Hopi territory. And, you know, you look at Blanca, that is the leader mountain of the Hopis, Hopaku Tukawi, Eastern Mountain, where the light comes in to the world. And it is in their prophecy that all the world traditions would come together on Hopi territory and bring forth a new civilization of people. We, you know, collaborated with the Hopis, and they guided us all along the way. But I have it in writing. It is part of their prophecy. And also Crazy Horse. You know, the old man that first gave me the information about what I was going to be doing here, in his previous life, he was, you know, a war chief called Gaul that rode with Crazy Horse. And the two of them made a pact before they passed that whoever came back first in human form, the other one would be his spirit guide. So Crazy Horse was his spirit guide, and a lot of the prophecies about this place came from Crazy Horse.
I know that you have a seed bank here, so you're preserving seeds, which
Yeah.
to me is a very humanitarian thing to do.
Well, my mother started it, you know, about 50 years ago. And it's been added on to ever since. You know, my daughter Suzanne spent 7 years up in South Dakota starting seed banks up there in a Teosprey, you know, which means traditional living village. So she got seeds from all the big universities that have never been genetically manipulated. You know, old timers came with their seeds. And then, you know, like in 81, the king of Mustang brought a shoebox full of original Tibetan barley seeds. And somebody's still propagating them and selling them, actually. You can get them at the store in town, Tibetan barley seeds, which came from the king of Mustang that the Kamapa had asked to bring them.
You've been around a lot of organizations and people who say they're doing humanitarian things. Tell us about your perspective on this whole humanitarian sense and giving.
It's a mixed bag, actually. I have found it's a very mixed bag because all of these groups, you know, have to raise money from the same sources. So there is this kind of conflict about money. Who is going to fund who? And, you know, so there's some bad mouthing, you know, this group is not doing the right thing, give the money to us. And, you know, I've had a lot of experience with that. And it's, you know, it's kind of sad, but there's so many beautiful groups out there that are doing the most amazing stuff. And, you know, we had a proposal out to train 500 master trainers that would be sent all over the world to train millions of young people in the restoration work. But, you know, the BISO fund said, well, we don't fund education. Come on. See, what is going on with these billionaires and trillionaires that are funding, supposedly, besides greenwashing what they're doing, do not want to see the change. If these young people are actually trained to restore their own spirit, restore Mother Earth, they're not going to be consumers. And that is the worst thing for these big corporate, you know, people. So they don't want to fund anything that's going to really change things around. Bottom line, it's that easy. They do not want to see change. They want every young person to think exactly the same way, where they can be controlled. And, you know, our young people would not be controllable. And they would never pick a war. Because, I mean, of the training and the mentorship that they have received. And if we're really going to do something on a worldwide basis, it's going to take the military worldwide to come on board. They have all the money, they have all the barracks, they have all the housing, and they have all the trainers that we need to train 1 billion young people to go out there and get a green livelihood restoring Mother Earth.
Truly restoring Mother Earth.
Truly. You know, you cannot come in with more bulldozers and tear her apart. I mean, you look at the fracking, the drilling, the bombing, the blasting. I mean, what we're doing, and all we're giving her is garbage, toxic garbage. That's all we're giving her back. I mean, so now what we see with climate change, the air element is angry. The sun is angry. The earth is pissed. And the water, I mean, what we have done to our waters, it's beyond. I mean, it's like humanity wants to commit mass suicide. That's what it is. If you kill what gives life, I mean, and then you think you're going to go off to Mars and live in some bubble up there? I mean, why does he not spend the money to clean up the mess we have done? And instead of putting out another 20,000 satellites, it's already a garbage can out there. And then we're all getting microwaved with, you know, so I mean, and this is why young people are not, I mean, you have this group of young people in Germany. And the name of the group, and there are thousands of these kids, called themselves the last generation. They don't believe there's going to be life ahead of them. We have to, you know, the corporate world is going to come on board, has to come on board and pay for it. The UN has to be involved. UNDP has, offices in every country on the planet, and the military has to get involved. And, the model we are using is the Israeli model. When Israel was just formed, the kibbutz system and training of soldiers, but for peaceful means. So we're using that model, and you look at it, it is possible. We had on our board a general from Nigeria who was in charge of the Biafran War. And when the war was over, he was left with 250,000, 250,000 young gun-toting kids with machine guns. What do you do? So he took away all the guns, and then he trained them in, simple livelihoods, chicken farming, making bricks, tiles, farming, and so on. And then he integrated them back into their villages, and it was a complete success. And another one that, motivated me to know that it is possible to involve the military is, Robert McNamara, who was in and out of here with the Aspen Institute in the early days. He was on the Earth Restoration Corps board. And he had a project when he was Secretary of Defense. He had a project, and everybody was like, oh, God. And the project got the name McNamara's Morons. He took 100,000 inner city kids that didn't have, gone through high school. They just didn't make it because of their circumstances. So he hired 100,000 inner city kids and trained them through the army infrastructure. First, he got them a GED because inside the army you have to have at least high school. So he got that done first. Then he trained them in the medical corps and the, not in combat. And that was a 94% success. But of course, McNamara's morons. People just didn't like it.
So instead, we have how many homeless, how many kids
Exactly
lost, how many on drugs, how many so confused.
Well, you got it. Yeah. I mean, we have to mentor and guide the next generation. I mean, they're lost. I mean, a lot of them are lost. I'm not saying all of them are lost, but a lot of them are lost. No mentorship. Schools are failing them, and they're dropping out left and right. And then the only way they can go is in a negative direction because there's no jobs for them. So you have to rob and steal and, go on drugs or whatever because there's nothing else to do. There is no other opportunity for them.
So let's have the Healing Our Earth community come in and help make this happen.
Right. No, you look at it. The Hopis have a beautiful ceremony, and it's called the Earth Healing Ceremony. And if humanity, would only think to thank Mother Earth, we get all our food, all our medicines, everything we consume comes from her. Whoever gives a thanks or thanksgiving ceremony or earth healing ceremony, the native people that have been through such misery, that's beyond. I mean, if you have for 500 years been told the only good Indian is a dead Indian and cheated and robbed and, have all your food sources eliminated, and, it's still going on. And the people that are in the most dangerous situation right now are indigenous peoples, because that's where the rest of the resources are, on indigenous land. The gold, the copper, the this, the that, the precious earth, I mean, you name it. So now, with the green economy, we're going to take the rest and we're going to take it from native land because they haven't abused their land. I mean, come on. That green revolution ain't going to happen because Mother Earth is taking revenge. She is really mad. And you look at it, according to the Hopis, this is the fourth world, and we've done it 4 times. Starting out good, getting up to science and technology and crime and wars and this and that, and then the Creator had to either flood it out, fire it out. I mean, so this is the 4th time, and we're just about this close to having the same thing, going into the 5th world. The thing is, there are so many people that are trying to get together. I mean, you look at it. Environmentalists are now considered terrorists. If they dare to stand up for a pipeline or for some fracking or, whatever these big corporations are doing, plundering the earth, and they put the good people in jail. Look at Tanzania. If, you know, the main farming community are women. If the women there use their own natural seeds, they're thrown in jail because Monsanto convinced some crazy leader that, you know, we need to use these seeds and these other seeds of, I mean, can you imagine beautiful women farmers thrown in jail for using the right kind of seeds? Even Putin said, if America wants to have GMO seeds and GMO food, fine, but we're not going to have it in Russia. Yeah. And that came from Putin.
So we just need, I think, to pray.
Well, we do a lot of prayers here, a lot of prayers, including every suffering being out there, to lift them up. But there's two, I mean, you look at it, let's say 10% of humanity might be conscious. 90% is unconscious. So you look at that. So how do we all get together? Unconscious people do not want to get together. I mean, they want to kill the 10% because they're in the way of their agenda. And they say it openly in Congress.
So what do you recommend for people to do?
I recommend that every single person tries to develop inner peace, consciousness, and lift themselves up to a higher level. And that's about it. If enough people do that, we might have a chance. But according to Hopi prophecy, Lakota, Tibetan, I mean, the Buddha said 1 out of 10 will make it during this time. I mean, come on. And, you know, the Hopis say, you know, it'll be small enclaves of people here and there. But that's it. And this is what we're leaving our young people. This is what we're leaving our kids.
So I would like to bring in Cindy, because Cindy has worked with the Hopi. Hannah spoke a lot about the Hopi and their prophecies. So Cindy, I know you want to talk about the vision beyond this, the fourth world and what they've told you. So I give you the platform.
Okay. Yes. I've been with Reuben many times now when he speaks about the prophecy and the words from his grandfather. And it has a lot of wiggle room in it for people to improve and for the possibility of benevolence and grace to come in, and it can come in a heartbeat. We saw this in COVID during the lockdown, that people connected more with themselves and their families and witnessed the earth get better in a very short time, telling us how really easy it would be to improve things in a quick manner, not as maybe the politicians talk about it, but the hope is there. The benevolence lives in the heart of humanity, whether they're awake or not. the hertz of the heart is operating, whether people can think about it that way or not. And it's being activated by the frequency of the earth raising daily. A couple of months ago, the Schumann resonance went to 690, and it went up on all the planets in our surrounding area. It wasn't just Earth. So the energy is coming in from the cosmic realm and all over the earth. Frequencies are raising, whether we think about it or not. So people are improving, even though we don't see it in the big news, just as there is on this call. There's much more good news than we get to hear about. And I encourage everyone to keep that in their minds, that humanity is what's exceptional about being human is the heart field. The word is that beings stand in line to get in here and have a life so that they can experience the heart field. Whether it's hard life or a good, easy life, it doesn't matter. Everybody wants to do it because of the heart. So I encourage everyone to be positive and stay hopeful, and know, not wonder, know that good is coming out of humanity, no matter what the news is.
Yeah, what's fascinating, we all know Hannah, and what's fascinating, she's been up there. Her husband Maurice was the WEF. He was like a mentor of Klaus Schwab, and put together the WEF events, and so she's been at the highest levels of the elite, and always bringing the indigenous, the traditional teachings. And they would come, they'd all, they'd have like, a shaman or something, and then all the big honchos would come and take a picture with them, and that was it. So I'm amazed that she still has the courage and the strength to continue to do this work after having, hanging out with this world.
And she's right about everything she said. And beyond that, I believe that the heart of the human will carry the field more than everybody thinks, because thinking is in the way. And it isn't easy to get all the good news.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because in the ancient Egyptian tradition, they talk about bringing the cerebral intelligence down to excite, to bring forth the innate intelligence of the heart.
Well, that would be beneficial if the thinking was good, but if it isn't, it's going to go the other direction, from the heart up.
Right. Amalia, Wai Ching.
Yeah, I was just feeling it, for example, like with Hannah, her thinking with the heart, right, is brought down to the lower sacral chakras. She's about action. And she believes the military should be involved. And I agree with that, really harness all the human will and resources, precision, energy for good instead of for destruction. So she really has something there. What I love about Hannah is that she's so down to earth and authentic, and she has solutions, she has plans, and she's doing it herself. And speaking to her the last time in Crestone about the 200,000 greenhouses that she wants to build, and the hospital and so on, like 100% that she's doing it. And you can feel a steadfastness, a stability upon the earth. And definitely she's bringing in some very deep mama frequencies into the earth. Yeah, as we all have to now, and really move into action, not just talk about it. And of course, that we talked about beautiful frequencies and vibrations, but really now is a time for action. It's about, spiritual activism as well, and really doing something in different ways and coming from the center, though, because there's no point in blaming, because we all have parts to play. Even the arch villains of this theater, they have their parts to play. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to evolve, the same way to lift ourselves up. So I agree with Cindy that we have to remain positive and know, really, it's a knowingness that will make the difference. If you know how to arrive at a destination rather than, higgledy-piggledy, just moving along and just hoping it will be fine. We all have to have a strategy for our personal growth, evolution, and also for the community. And not just say, oh yeah, it's okay, we'll just go out and dance some more, not to demean it, but we have to do something in the process as well. And for example, I was in a thing for Jam for Freedom for the World Council for Health, that there was the people talking and doing and signing petitions and writing to the parliamentarians and so on, and meeting and speaking up. And that's what we all have to do now, use the throat chakra, because it's connected to the, the sacral glands, right? And the adrenal, the glands up there, that we have to use all of our endocrine glands, that's our human chakras, and activate them and move in unison, in integrity, and do things, say things, write things, sing about it. So we in World Council for Health, which I've just been invited into steering committee, we have a song. It's called the Warriors of the Light. So we had a song gifted to us, and it's so powerful, Michael, that during the conference, everybody stood up and we were all doing this warrior gesture to each other and singing, we are the warriors of the light. It was so powerful that people went away inspired to be activistic again. And so I think we need to inspire each other, bring new life into it. And that's what I just got inspired by Hannah, because go. And so, I just really so want to honor her. And Vandana Shiva, who I just met recently, it was like meeting a hero. I think I was a little bit starstruck. She just waved away like, what, are you crazy? I just said, I know, I just felt like this little girl, just following in the footsteps of this, incredible women. So I just want to say thank you. That's one of the most powerful interviews, Sharon.
Yeah.
That I've seen. And so
yes, that was nice interview.
Well done, Sharon. Well done, Sharon. She made some very, very powerful points about youth. And I work with youth as well, and we all do. And the government's throwing a lot of money out, but I think we're not getting that action. And she was to the point, and she's a realist. And I agree with everything she's saying, bring in the army. But if we don't tackle it, there will be the lost generation, and they are the digital age. And then we'll have to reset again and realign with the new babas, after this generation. But that's so wrong, because we know and we can identify. All of us here can only do what we can with our capabilities and things like that, But I think we need to raise it to the next level. And she's telling us we need to help those young people.
And I have to say that I know many young people, and I keep meeting new ones. And they're incredible, and they're stepping into an underground leadership position with each other. And it's so much stronger than most of the adults know. It's very exciting.
It's very exciting, very exciting. I met one just recently. His name is Derek Brose, and he's running for mayor, And so he's like in his 30s. and just highly eloquent and very heartful and practical. So yes, I agree. And then also the little children coming in, 5, 6 years old, you know, that, and some parents I hear, oh, why bring in children now? It's such a depressing state, you know, the world is woe is me. No, we have to, the parents have to bring in master children, master souls, really to make the shift.
And they don't pay any attention to the old paradigm. They're just doing a new one. They're just completely on another path, doing their own thing. They don't have any connection to all this old stuff that we think about.
Yes, there's hope in the starseed children. I mean, they tell the parents, they advise the parents.
Yep.
So
and parents listen.
Yes.
Well, we're coming to.
I want to have something to say, if I might.
Please.
Okay. You know, if you look at the earth and the world as we are the world, meaning we really are, there's no I and thou, right? This is the ultimate spiritual thing. So what I'm seeing is the hardest thing that people are doing now is separating Democrat and Republican, white and black. And, you know, it's just so separational that there's no way that you can help the earth while you're fighting or making someone else wrong. So Republicans weren't all wrong. Democrats aren't all right. You know, once your heart is hardened by somebody calling you a name, that's the end of, you know, your desire to do some good, even if you had some good in you. So that's what I just wanted to bring that up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really important, I feel. Thank you, Lee, like about not labeling everybody and that we all have opportunities to evolve. That's what we're here to do, wherever we are, like including the arch villains, right? They have a place. And so we have to send love to them.
Well, bringing that up, one more thing I want to say, and then we need to close. But if you look at the Republican Party and the candidates, we have this dynamic young entrepreneur, Vivek Ramaswamy. We have Nikki Haley. We have Tim Scott. We have, you know, a very diverse group of people. And that speaks a lot for what's really true about this country, is that we really do celebrate diversity. And we have to really move beyond this victimhood.
Yes.
This sense of, you know, entitlement and victimhood and all of that, into true loving and true caring and becoming a true humanitarian. So
I will say I've recently kind of re-engineered a workshop I used to do. I call it Regenesis now, and it's about bringing together community roundtables to start looking at how do we allow what doesn't work to be composted, how do we regenerate what's in the moment, and how do we dream and innovate into the future. And then at the last one I did at Marin Civic Center at New Living Expo, someone came up and said, "You're an apocalyptimist." And I thought that was interesting because, you know, let's not bury our head in the sand. There's a lot of things of the old paradigm that are falling apart. But why I'm optimistic is because 90% of what I do is in the association of empowered women. And what I call the embodiment of divine feminine. Now, I tend to balance my masculine and feminine energies within me spiritually, but I will say part of the issue right now is the colonial, patriarchal, toxic, masculine, controlling, egocentric energy that has their agenda and grip on humanity. So part of this work is, again, through the arts, allowing people to drop into the divine feminine, into the more intuitive, the more compassionate, the more loving, the more motherly. And like you were saying, that we're not separate from the earth. We are connected to this earth. And last, very quick, let's look at all the prophecies. The prophecies are road signs. They're not like this is going to happen. They're road signs saying, okay, if you keep driving 100 miles an hour towards this cliff, you're going to go over. So it's an opportunity to awaken. So if you look at Kalki Buddha, in Hinduism, if you look at Maitreya Buddha in Buddhism, the white buffalo calf woman in the Judeo-Christian traditions of the Moshiach, all of the golden eagle, all of these traditions talk about this great light that will come for this new emergence into the fifth world. So all of us right now are deciding how catastrophic, how much has to be composted, and what can we preserve, and what can we regenerate so that we can move forward. So I stay apocalyptically positive, and if we have a quick second, I would love to just play. I would love to have some light language or toning or whatever people would like to enter into the field. And just thank you so much. It's an honor to be in the presence of the divine empowered feminine. And yeah, we got to get the old curmudgeon gray-haired guys out of the way, and we got to get this done, and the children for sure. So.
Ram.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to talk about a little about what's coming up. So Nishit, would you like to? Yes. Our future events on healing our earth. So coming up, let's see. We have, yay! I love this episode. Well-being and wellness for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind. And for that, I have a beautiful video I did, Wai Ching's part of it, Dr. Madan, Dr. Gupta Rajiv, and Dr. King Engar discussing integrated health, which is a very interesting panel discussion. Then we have Janmashtami special on Krishna. Yay! Yay! Hare Krishna. That's coming up on Sunday, the 3rd of September. And that's always a delight, real delight, lots of fun. I'm hoping to bring some kirtan singers. Maybe we'll put something together for that. And then we have the Ayurveda special. The benefits of Ayurveda, always a very popular program. We have some excellent practitioners, doctors who really give wonderful tips on how to care for yourself. And that's on the 10th, Sunday, the 10th of September. So it's been a joy to be with you as always. And Mala, would you like to close with a mantra for us? Oh, she just disappeared. Let's let's do, you have a mantra for us?
Well, it's interesting you say that. We were doing African drumming the other day, and they're like, well, we don't African songs, can we do a Tibetan? So we initiated what we call Afro-Tibetanism now. So
you want my drum?
Do you want to sing it, or should we just say it a few times?
Om Mani Padme Hum.
We could do that one.
That one?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum. It's the mantra for Avalokitesvara of the Buddhist, and then Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin is from China. She is the goddess of mercy and healing, and she who hears the cries of the world. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. From all of us at Healing Our Earth, we wish you a beautiful humanitarian day. Look into your heart. Look into the eyes of your children, your family, your husbands, your wives, your lovers. They are just waiting for us to awaken and bring us to our true work and life as human, true human beings. Thank you. Global Namaste.